Please be seated. Good afternoon, colleagues. Please join me in thanking the Yellowknives Dene First Nation drummers for the opening of our sitting today.
Taiko parakai kafe got Dene tap got nalaktot kinaktot.
Responder.
Ikpakrapak hibihuligitchok habang ihakapta ilokata ilihimarugut ilichokikakput inugeaktuat inuitin na igilumingnik ikualahuting na igilungit iningillo kanok inaurangit tabra ilokata na nagalikaktit katigutaptuma. Tap ko huli ikualaktuak to huli taman na nunapting ni inyugaktuat ikualaktuat to hakanaktuat huli tabrap tawak uwagut ilihimarugutit na mani inyunaktuagutit na pilyata kalugit inyuit ingmignu ngayakuta naga kanok tait na peakaluktiot tautingakota wapting nun na isoatun inyunakanak tam na hibunakaktok tap tuminga tait na tamatkot hurakakaloakamata piakhalagaloakapta tabar tait na inyunakaktikut huli atanmi 1979 mi tabar ukot ubani katimakpauraktot katimahurad mani hibunnioktit ilihimagibut tabralu tait na ilihimarugut tait na hawaktuat tait na tunagalat nutakapting nun nagalunin ilulupting nun tutichapting nun inyugaktuatit na hawautakahimagat tamatkot.
Assembly in 1990.
Legislative Assembly hibunnioktit katimakpaurakkaming 1995 mi tabralu tait na tamatkotit na ilyangit hawaktuat tabarni na hibunakakuting yung tamat kuningan utakaptingnik nagalunin iluluptingnik mani Northwest Territories ni tabralu tait na imakuntaman na akihurak tait na inaktin naptigutam ito atun kanakolo tamatkuatin na habatigun isumaluti rakibut tamat tait na habatigun nagaluni ninyo itamhane habang neaktot isumaluta rakibut tait na isotun tait na inyo neakubluit tabalaptak tamatkuatin na ilihimagibut tamani na hapakraktot isumaluktuatit na ilayaktu nigihapek na peaktuktam na inyunakanak. Tabralit na kanit nagalan inarapting ni na angalat simarakaya tigutit tamatkuat kanok taimaktaktot isumalu takabluit tamaralo ikualaktua tigun ikualakpauraktua tigun tabrani tait na inyuneak tugut tait nakaruinyak tamatkuat isumalu takingaktugitit na waptikkuttaak waptingnikit na isuatun inyuneakuhakput inniak tillugu tabralu tait na tamatkuat tait na isumalu ngayakuta tamatkuatit na ilitin na ilirabut ilitin nearibut ilipkakemanearibut tait na waptikkun tawaktina tabraukot na tamatkuat habauraktua duwani nutakkat nakillakakay marot tabra kuyayak parlit kitkamani. Tabra tawak tabra ukot tapitarot mani kuyayak parlit kitka utaramata tait na ataramik tait na atok tuahlu kanok inyune arnek nagaluni okautchakting atoklu. Tabra tawak tabra ni tabra tait na ilukatay ina ikot tabra tamat kuatin na Inuvialuktun tamat kualo tanin yate tabra klitolate tabra lo tap naptak French tuntak tamat kuatin na mumikitairot kuyayak paralit kit kamat nga tabra tawak commissioner ako na kauklek mani habak tingat tabra tap tumakuyak paralin miyait. Bill 97 tawak tam na hibonik rakput tawak ilin kakput tawak tabra tam na Bill 97 tam na malakotaliak ilin kakput tabra ni 2022-23 mi tabra Margaret M. Thompson tabra tap tuma kaukli ram commissioner ram okautigil lang minyaka tabra tawak tamat kuan hibuniok titmani legislative assembly mi tap kuat na 2023-24 mi tabra tawak tait na angalat sinyak tot hibunik rangat tam na ilingin yun kahit kiga tap tumanga Margaret Ann Thompson min Madam Premier.
Speaker.
Ukakti kuyanak para kai kafe kai fa kafe utekapti maunga igilok pakpang kai fa kafe taiko para kuat aulakimek para kalau kafe aglan kai fa kafe kuyahuk para lichunga kuyanak ukuat kanok hakuta marung kanok tap kuat hapernak kalau tuta inyu hek aglan pilyuk tol pillu payiligi chut inuit mani nandapting ni ukuat kanok habagurut taina gok tabra inyu ragut ingilagan uvlupak tawak inyu rugut taina kanok lekha hapernak himan inyu heka pilyu kaptiu kuyanak parak inuit mani ham tabra inyu himik kanok habak para urut kanok lekha pinyak luit pilung niak luit kanok inyu hek kuyanak parak tabra tam na fornica ukiuni tabra habakama mani kuyanak parak ikayoklunga tabra tam naptok puvakloluk nakungit kalok tok pilyukurali kifut tabra kuatok ulek para mataptam naptok pilyuli tiput tam naptok kanoleka inuuniaq kuta kanoqa havauttarillugu taamna pilluguraligit kikput taamna uleqpauraqapta.
Incredible.
Tapko tabra Inuvialuktun Inuit havakpauruqtut tamanna tutqikaqaniarlugu illuaqiniarlugu ikuallakpauraqtuaq tapko tabra taimaalaaqutiнгитна итна таймаартаурангаахутин табра таамна havakkuuttariligitkaat tabra taappuati nahawakpauraqtuat taapkoi na nalunaarit qullaligitkitka amkiingi itaitnatunagilaan hawakpauraqtuati na yaqaraqaurangilluting taimaartaurangilluting tabra tamaani Northwest Territories kavamauruat maani quyagiraaqaraqigaluaqigat taapkot taitna hawakpauraqtuat tabralu taitna tamatkooptaaq ikayuiruatinna neqipkaivluting naagaluni tutqikkaqtinniarlugi tamatkot tutqiktinniarlugi tamaani inuuniartuat tamatkot havaktuat taitna iloqating taitna havakpauraqmiut aitna tabralu taitna maani Northwest Territories ni qanutunagilaan tamatkot havakpauraqtuatinna Inuvialuktut tamatkuatinna atingit tairuarlugit tainiangit kitka Inuvialuktut tabra maani Northwest Territories havaktuat tabraluptaaq tamatkuat tainna 77% tainatunagilaan tamatkuat tabra naatiraaqtut tainatunagilaan tamatkuat havaktuat tainatunagilaan qutsiktilaanga havaktuat tamaani na illuartitsiniartuat naagaluuni qamittairuat ikuallaktuanik 2020 GNWT Inuvialuktut na qanutunagalaani nalu qinaqaluartillugu taamna kavamauruat uvani tabra iloqainnik taitna atara taitna tamatkuat tutqiktinniarlugit tutqiktinniaqqimagait tabraluptauq taitna tunagalaan qanoqtamanna illuatun angalatsiniaaquta kavamauruaguut uvagut tamatkuat tabra tamaani inuuniartuat isumaalugivlugit taitnaluptauq tabra tamatkuningai na hapeqniaqaluartillugilaatni hapeqilaaquta taitna havauttaqihimagivut maani Northwest Territories ni tabraptauq tamatkuatin na qanutunagalaan tabra tamatkuat 19th Assembly mi hivunniorteqpangni ta katimakaptaitna tabraluptaaq tamatkuatit na avanmun havaqatigillahivlugit taitna tamatkuat tutqikkainiartuat humnunigilaqa kavamauruat maani hunigilaqa havaktuanik naagaluunniin itna tutqikkainiartuanik anniartuanik itnalu qanu hapeqraqtuanik tabra tamatkuatinna avanmun havaqatigiigguting tamatkuat tutqikkaaniaragait tutqiktinniaragait tabra taitnalu taitnatunagalaani na atautsimukuta taitna oqautigiraqivut avanmun oqaquta taitna taapkuat tutqiktinniarlugit tutqikkaaniarlugit tabra kihimeriuruta itna havalaitsugut avanmun itna havaqatigiigguta atautsikun tamatkuat isagutipkaarivut taitna illuatun havaquvlugit tabralu tamatkuaptauq itna tammartartuat aranat matkuat toqutaq itna taimaartitartuat tabra tamatkuaptauq piigumangitkivut tabra tamatkuap taitna tabraptauq tabrani na hibunniu kapta pigu malait kibut. Isumagi huumibut tamat kuatin na tutkiktin niakluit igilulakirot tauk tabra tamat kuain na ikayoniakluit kanoki tamat kuninga na igilulakirotit na hawakatiraki tautsikun. At awan muni na awan muntay na hawahuta tautsimuhutai na tautsiko akota awan muni na kanok o kautigi bilugit tamat kotai na tabra tutkikaktin niaribut. Tabra lu tamat ko tauk tangak to tataramik tabra tai na ila ni na ituatun ila ni inyunia aktola kuting inyunia aktut. Tamat ko tauk isumalugiraribut tabra tai na ilokainik tai na ataulugit tamat ko at mani Northwest Territories ni inyunia aktot isumalugiblit inarani inakpagni. Ilokainik ki ataulugit tamat ko tabra isumalugiraribut tutkikaktin niaklugit. Tutkikimaniaklugit. Ingilakatok tabra tamat ko tauk tabra ukot tabra ay makabing niki na habak to tabra tay na munakrirot tamat kuninga ay makabi chuanik na tamani pisikutak to inuit na tutkikaktin niaklugit nagaluni na inakaktin niaklugit kuya parlit kit ka tamat ko habak to tamat kuninga. Tai na tabra tamat ko na hibunik rabut isumalu kapti tabra tamat ko na tamat ko dahin tutkikaktin niaklugit tutkikimarakibut tamat habak tingit tamat ko na tamat ko tamat ko tauk tai na ikolak parak to tabra Northwest Territories ni ilimagibut. Tabra tauk tai na sisamani ukiu ni tamat ko na habak takahimagibut. Tabra lu tai na ituatun tai na inyuniak tin niaklugit tamani Northwest Territories ni. Ukakti tabra tamat ko NWT mi. Tabra ilihimarugut tai na sisamani kiak. Sisamani hibuningit na hibihulkaktut tamani na kilamakirok to arirot mani inyuniaktot nunaptingni. Tabra luptak tam na ilihimagik pudwaptingni na tamat kuninga huamatikun na waptingnik na painiakota tabra tamat kop tauk ikayok mamibut tai na aktot. Tabra sisamani ukuyuni atok tingni na tamat ko tabra lu tamat ko na hair river mi renewing mi tamat ko ilokainik tamat ko isumagidlaw kitka tamat ko tabra na ilakaniaktot huamatikun na ikayutikranik. Tabra luptak tai na habak parak to tamat kuninga kuyak paralit kitkay na allangong inna matigut tai na kanok inuiptigun na taman naglan huamatik puti na ikayok niaklugo ikayok paralit kahit inuit mani nunaptingni. Iniga hibi huruami tamat ko tabra tai na tamat ko na isumati kapke tabra tai na tamat ko aptar ikayok paralit nuibut na ikayuin yakto ting mingyun. Tabra lu tamat ko lu tai na munakikangin na inawalani nagalunin inini inakpangni na humilakaki tamat ko na munakrirot kanok angalarutik ranganik tabra tamat kodit na ilihimagibut. Tabra tako bagut kaba maurat wani naibun ni ako pangmi o kauti ihimagibut. Tabra tako tamat kodit na ilihakto tao ilihawri rodi. Minihitaw rokin na ilihimagibut kanok na isuatun tamat kodit tutkikane aklugit. Tutkikane akmatigit na tabra tako kayok paurakait kanok ilihawri rod na inawalani itot nagaluni inakpangne.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight the incredible work that's been done to advance Indigenous language programs.
Tabrap taok tamat ko o chip tigunin na ilihawri rod ikayok para kamigait kanok ikayuti krang mingnik ingakrok mata ikayok kemagait. Tabra kaba maurod wani na ibon niyok tit ilihawri rod tigun kuyayak paralit kitka. Tabra taok tayo na tunaglani na hukait kalwak tilugit tayo na habak to ako ting tayo na tamat ko tutkik kakemaneli kait tutkik niya kalugit kanok allag na isui kami tigit isuak kanya kalugit kanok ilihaktuat tayo na isuatun ilihakabulugit. Tabrap taok tap ko at kuyak paralit kitka kuya nak paraklawit tamat ko din na uwane hibun niyoktit. Manip taok Northwest Territories ni tabrani kanduto nagalan kinyaran katok ramingnik atok rang mingnik na iliyakirot tabra kuyak paralit kitka isuatun tamat ko atuligin matigit. 178 million tun tabertay na tunagalan ato kemarutu wani hanayay kaming hunigilaka. Tabertak tap guardian na NWTMI tama 23-24 mi tabertama tay naptaw na Islamic tay na angalat sit kugit ka taman na isoatunli na angalat siruat isumagit kulit ka angalat siruanan isuatun tamat kuat tutkikhanyak tuat nagalunin at habak tuat taman kuninga tamat kuatin na tabat tamat ining miktigun kuat kaba makangit chut tabatak pabunganagalan na kutsik to ni kaba makakto tarak tabay kayutak at aban mun ikayutiraktut kanok atako na yaktilak rating ting tamat kuninga isumati kami tabalup tawak tayo na tabab tawak GNWT tayo na mani kanok atutik raming nagaluni kanoleka na hunun leka atutik raming nikin na isumalu kaming tayo na tamat ko at ikayok tik raming niki bakalakomyut. Kaya kakti tabra premier kama wani kaukliw kama wani hibun niyok tini. Tabra tayo na kanut nagalani na ikakaklugo man na nunakak pagpat ilokhan tayo na ilihimanayakluga. Ilihimanayakluit kano heraktot tabra tayo na tunagalan tamat ko at malakon niya kakit ka. Malakon niya peakluit, malakon niya kimagit ka. Tabra tayo na tunagalani na kinyawatiun kano katako na yaktilang reptingdik. Ilutsarap ka ilutsungatap kuninga. Tabra lupta mani inyunaktot NWTMI tabra ilutsarili na tutkikakimanelit kitka tabralutay na tamat ko din na ilakaligitsud na habaw takramik tap ko ilokhain ni kiyak luwit humulla kahiyak luwit tabra ato na ligit kibutay na tabralo kano na kapeni ukiuni tamat ko din na ilihimanayak to nga kanuto nagalana to na yaktilagrap tingnik tamat tabra north mani inuvialuktun northern esnik piragigait na tugliung itchut hibul na ing miktiunta kabag paurak kemarot ilihimana ako ting ilitsura niya ako ting nagalunin nalupke hungay ako ting na tamat ko at habag paurak kemagait tabra na federal government nun kaukliura nun na kutsiktuan nun kabamaura nun kuat 19th Assembly mi tabra tap ko din na una ato ni kakput tabrung aglan pe ni takput hibun na kamiyahin tabra ni katimakali kupta hibun niyo paurakali kupta tabra tamat ko na tamat ko na itkugit ka hibulamik tabra ugto kemarot tabra tawk tamat ko na tamat hibun niyok tit wani legislative assembly mi hibun niyok tit tamat ko isumagibluwit tabra tay na isumagilid ka kuyanak paurak tam na okapalaw kalwak to nagangit pan nga kuyanak okakti tabrap daw ko na tabra tam na tayo mga tiga una okaw ti lang nelit kiga tabra kuyayak parlit kit kay kakakluman na nunakputte na tamat ko din na ikayok paraman nga kanok isumyo kama hibun niyo kama kihima hibun niyo itsunga tamat ko inuyak to tay na ikayok kamagan nga kaba maurat mani mani nunapting ni tabalutay na tabaptay na kanok hibun niyo tit alla kaya na allagi kalo ako tingin na ataw chikunin na taw chikun tam na habag kami yung na ito akira ito kami yung ahitay ma aban mo tayo na habag to ako ting tamat ko at tutkik ka na kami tigit tabra tutkik ka na kaya tabra na tabra una tayo makakilin napta umani ukiungan ni tabra kaya nakparak kuya paralit kit kitamat ko at habakatit ka si samani ukiyo ni habak kimakama. Kaya nakakti.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Colleagues, before we continue, I wish to draw your attention to the presence of a former member, Kieran Tester, in the gallery.
Una ilit ko say una Kieran inglan habaktok mani minhitaw rock mani habaktok techo min kalang niyaktok koyanak ukakti ukot ikolak parakta kanok ukot pingahut tabra ikolak parakta tapkot kanok
Equally affected were my riding communities of Katlodechi,
ukot awlak titat humulaka kanok inyining tabra tiluan kutlachichi tapkot aulaqtitat qanok tabra ikayarnak qilkay tapkot qanok ilangit hamma igluting ukotaq tapkot ikuallak paramata hamma aimavita tapkot nakungilichut taimalichut tapkot qanok ikollalichut qanok tapkot ikayornaqqigaloarai tapkot inuit tab ikollak paramata qanoqliqa aimavingat taimaligit nakungilichut qanoq quyanaq tabachamin quyanaq uqaqti ukot taimaq qautikputa una qanoq ukot ilitsoqillanniarit ka ukot havakparaqtat qanorliqa tapkot qanoq piyaqqormata ukoallangneq qanoq qanorliqa tapkot ikkayortit tapkot qanoq piyaqqormata piyaqqualamata inuita qanoq ikkayortit tapkot tapkot taikoqparaqa Fort Smith una makitaroquli qanoq taina taikoqparaqa quyahukparaligitsunga tapkot pinginmata tapkot quyanaq tabachamin ukot quyanaqparaqa aimavimnin taikoqparaq quyahukparaligitsugut tabra tapkot aimavimni piyaqqupiangiliginniaqqut aglaan tabra ikollakparaqmata puyum piligit kaatigut qanoq aulaqtitat tabra ukot qanoq aperniaqqipeligiitsoq tabra innuunaq taamnaq tainna tapkot tauqa inuit tapkot ikayuiruat Fort Smith mi tapkot tauq taimaaqtuat inuit havakparaqqaarluting maani inunaptingni inaurup-tingni tabra ukot qanorliqa itqaginealigit kait tapkot inuit havaguruat quyanaq uqaffaarniartuquna tabaachami ukot qanoq taimaarmata ukot qanoqliqa taimaaqtuat qanoq innuuhiting taimaarmata ukot qanoq tapkot ukot tauqa ikollaqpauraq matatapkut qanuq piichiliginniqaitapkut ukut taimallanniartunga ukut qanuqqa ukut unaptaaqa unaptaaq taimaartuaq 25-year-old hippalik taamna qanuq havakami tavra ikollakpauraqmata taimaaligиннеқ itqagillanniariga taamna ukut tap itqaginiarit kaptaaqukut havakpauraqtuat ukut aamalit havakpauraqtuat qanoq ikayuiniarlutin qanorleqa taamna ikollakpauraqmata qanorleqa ikayuiniarlutin quyanaqpauraq quyanaqaqti here South Min uqallangniaqtaq happy RJ una happy birthday good taikok barak eqanyaqa una Catlo DJ First Name Enterprise tapkut Enterprise mi tamna inaraqa taimaqaneqqoq ikollakpauraqaneqqoq inuittavra Hukuttaaqa havakpauraqmata nakuuruakun havaliginniaqqut taapkut ikayueqpauraqlutin naagaluniin havauttaqavlugit taapkut ninniaqtuat hukuttaaqa aulaqtuata aulaq
was not only for their safety and for the safety of their family and neighbors, but provided frontline
aulaqtitattaaqqukuat qanuq ikayornaqqigaluartut taapkut qanuqleqa aimavit isuaqqiniarlugit naagalunniin qanuq aimavit taapkut hapernak taapkut pingaerluting aimavit pingaerlugit quyanaq ukut qanuqqaan aulaqtitat qanuq kavamattauqa taapkut ikayuaqpauraqluting inyungnik taapkut qanuq ikollakpauraqmata inuit qanuq ikayuivluting inaurangit ikollakpauraqmata quyanaqpauraq ikayuiv kaffi kavamat quyanaq Frame Lake Min quyanaq qanuq taapkut tauqa inuit tavra aulaqtitat qanuq ukut tauqa havakpauraqtuat qanuq ikollakpauraqmata qanuq havauttaqavlugu taamna qanuq taapkut habaktuat nagalunin ikayuirot kanok kanolekha ikayuirot kuyanak park kanoka aulatin aulakmata ukwataok habang nakirita kanok abon mun pinakirita habagluting tau chikun habagluting taber tamna ikayuin yagat ukwata aulakmata humulika kanok pikiak kaming mga ikolak para mata ukot isik tao hapirnyak kiberman Inuita kanoleka aulaganekut ukot ikayornak kigaloaray tapkot habakak tuading mingnik kanok tamna kanok tapkot kanok kuyanak okay
Since our last sitting in June, Polituk, Sadie Marie Grover,
Sadie Marie Grover Sikelo Lester tamna taimalagin niya ko palatukme tamna habak paraurok kanoleka ikayuip paraurok nutakanik nagalunin inyong nikat Noah Carpenter daw katamna taimalagin niya ko takpak tamna Noah Carpenter taimalagin niya ko kanok ihumagin nakigat tamna habak parak Joan Felix daw tamna tuktuyak tumi kanok White Horse mi taimalagin niya ko tamna kuyanak Inuit Adam malikak daw kanok taimalagin niya ko isumagin nakigay tapkot Inuit Inuinak daw kan Don Gruben Senior tamna daw taimalagin niya ko taimak daw isumagin nakigalwak kay Jerry daw tamna tamna Jerry tamna daw padilikak Jim Bob Deborah taimalagin niya ko ukot daw Bruce Pickintaber taimalagin niya ko kanok tamna taimakaman atarama tubakating taimalagin niya ko taber isumagin naktok tamna kanok habagurot na inyong nika ikayuwi hurok. Isumak yakpar put tam na inyuk kuyanak. Kuyanak para ka kot. Tuni day wali day umin kalang niyak to. Kuyanak. Maninunapting ni Northwest Territories of kanok hapekanyak hekpar kanok leka piyak kok parak tot inita kanok leka tabra ukwata init habak parak tot ikayok parak tot taikok parak kanok aulak aulnak
Town of Fort Smith, then YKDFN, Kukiza, Cattle Dichi Reserve, and Kukiza. Mr. Speaker, when I recognize these people coming up shortly, I just want to say that, they've been working long days, nights to protect our communities and our homes, and be ready to welcome for me and my community, the Yellowknives Dinner First Nation home. I want to say a big masicho to
kuyanak albis kuchila ukwata kuyanak para habak para kami time ay bamimni ukwata kanoka ikayuak para liting kuyanak para ukwata Inuit tabra ikayuak para ligin yakuta ukwata ka piyak ko mata nagalunin hapekanyak kiman inyu tabra ikayuak para ligin yakut kanolaka. Okay, ukwata ka itkarinat memorial nigtay hugay time ta kanok ukwata itkarinat inyu tapkot ikayu hero inyong nik kanokolaka tabra piyak ko matay inyu ikayak para urut kanokolaka ukwata gupta ka ukapaw kalok tunga. Ukapal lang niyak to. Kanok leka tapkod ikayuak para kalok tutagalan apeksuin niyak tuktaw kanok pinyak mata kanok iya ni ikayaw naktutap ko at habak parak to at kanok leka ugod inyuit habak paralo kaming tap ko taw ka ikayaw naktutap ko kanokole kai kayu hurung up taw ka tap ko inyong nin ay mabemni kuyanak. Great slave min kalang niyak to. Kuyanak kai fa kapi kot ilo katin. Ukot habak tuat mani kuyanak. Ukot kanok Kota Inuit NWTimi habagurot nagalunin ukota piyakkoktot kanorleka tapkot kanok tapkot ikollak parakamata kanok kanorleka pilyuktolitsut kanok habak parakluting nagalunin ikayuak parakluting kanorleka inyong niktapkot pisyukaktot ukota kanok 2018 tapkot kanok kanorleka tapkot ikayok nakigalok tapkot habak paraktot aglan ikayok nakurit tapkot kanorleka kanok nunaptingnik munakrinak tuta nunaptingnik tamna kanok piyakkok mata isaktoakin habang naktok 2018 tamna habang nak kanok pinyak mata tamna climate change miktak habak parakamata tamna himmerman hilyakput kanok
climate change.
Allangoktam taaptuma hilyapta allangoktam ilitsarilitsut. Tabra ukot kanutanagala tabra kanok inuvialuktun na iluamikin na napapkakparung. Kuyanak ukakte ilokata ilumarugut. Tabra ilokata ilihimagigputam na ikollak pauraktuak nunagput. Tabra hibulla yakipiakatam na tait nakaktuak ikollak pauraktuak tait na tunagalan nalurunga ay papak. 30,000 tun kayak inuit tait na tunagalan. Tabra tait na tunagalan iningit na ikollak takkangit. Sisamat igilungit. Tabra lo tait na huinyale rakakalugit. Nagalunin hekamutakhalugit. Tabra kuat tait na tunagalan na nalurungaw ni tabra pang mapakano tunagalan na ikayutihranik sumalo ka matabar tamat kuat na kanukyak isumaraktunga kanukyak tutkikaneak pitiyo tait na ikollak pauraktuak nunakput nagalunin igiluiyak tatmat ko inuit kanok ikayokoneak pitit. Tabra tauk tait na tamat ko taukit na kumaurat nagalunin kapilakurat tamaunga na ilirakaktot ikollak paurakaman tabra inuyak pauraktot tamat ko kapilakurat ilitsukili Tabra tait na tunagalan ikollak paurakaman tabra tamat ko kaip kaligit kay tait na tunagalan na tabra ilokani na ataulugu taman na NWTimi nunagput akimaga na tamat ko inyurot imamin nagalunin nunapting ni inyunaktot Negerutit tabra inuiaktu tait na tunagalaan ilihe marunga tait na hekamitak tangit. Ikualak paurak toam. Tabra na okafalang neaktok kay tamat kuatit na nagaktungit pa nga ukakti. Tabra tamat kuatit na tabra minihita ko kakta ukalak toak. Tabra unak paurak tok man na ikualak toala ko ni nunagput. Paneho ni tamat kuat hulaka panekayugit. Tait na ko tatabra tamat kuat ikualak paurak tot isagutirut. GNWT tabra tamat kuat na ilihimarut. GNWT mani hibun nioktit wane igilok pang me Legislative Assembly Inuvialuktun tait na hibun nioktit ilihimarut ilokating. Tabra ilokata tait na ilihimarugut tak mani inuvialuktun yang itsuat tak pavaniptaok inuvialuktun tabraptaok tait na kanutunagalan habak paurakhuting tamat kuadi kakanit piokhlugit yunni. Ubluluni piokhlugit. Tamat kuadi kayokone akhlugit. Kanok ikayokone akhuting ikualaktuan ikit na tutrik na kamitsinyak inuvialuktun kafiurot kihinyay chulunin. Tabraptak tamat kuadit na. Tabra tamat kuad awlakti takamatikit inuvialuktun kanutunagalan na lurunga kanutunagalan in magaita. Tabra tamat kuapta na inubut tabra ni inuvialuktun kubehong itchut. Tabraptak tayo na tamat na kakafalang nalikiga kakugo na pilyahip ukalahip kaligit pan nga. Kuyarak. Kamlakin. Kuyarak o kakti. Tabra ko at kuyarak paralit kit kao ko at makin na uwa nga na kanolo tabra tamat ko at na tamat kanok ing mikti utaw inyuna kemarod nagalunin habali tabra ing mikti ing miktigunit na inyuna kemarod tait na ing miktigulo habaligit tamat tumaptak akyak paurakait ikualak toam. Tabralo tait na tabra tamat kuad inuvialuktun ing miktigun habaligit. Kanok tamat kuning makpia titigunit na tamat kuad iluaktin ni akakigait agalan na taptemai na awlakti takamatikit tamat kuadit na tutrik kangay tutrik kimalay lit kay tamat kuadit na hurakaw titing. Wane Yellowknife me kihip taping itsugut 20,000 tuluni tut allalu tamat kuadit na inuvialuktun tait na ing miktigun habaligit. Tamat kuaptaok tabra tait na akyak maligit kait. Tabralo tait na tunagalan kinyaranik ato liligit sut pangmapak. Tabralo tait na tamat kuad utak titsin maralay kait kinyaranik kabamat na ing miktigun habaligit. Insurance nik pirakyatan nga tait na kabamat na atok tu ni humik tamat kuad akilyak to ako ting kihen tabra akilyak to ako luit kihen tait na ako ting tamat kuad ting miktiun haba kaktut.
Certainty of evacuation. Some have canceled contracts or shifted business.
Tabra tamat kuad na ing miktiun habak to habaligit. Alla kun alla nikit na habawra ko ting tait na tamat kuad tutring niya li tsakigay habating. Taaptuma tava allangortaam hilapta tavaptaaq tainnaaqakkiakparaliikkat ingmiktigut havaqqartuat. Yellowknife Northman. Tavaquyaqparaliitkikka tamatkuattaavaqi kollaktuaniki naavaktuat. Quyaqparaliitkikka havaqpauraarmata. Wani maani tava aullaqtitaarmatigit inuit maaniittuaqutangitna havaqpaurartuat tamatkuata ikuallaktuaniki na ikuallaktualaqalivluting taitna tamaaniittuaqating ikuallaktuamiittuaqating tamanna tutqi na ikuallakpauraqalugui pittailivlugui tikittailivlugui tinna Yellowknife-mun tamatkuati naikajorpauraqqimaliitsit. Tavallu tamatkuati na municipalities tamatkuat havaqtuattauqingmiktigun kavamalligikkiit kavamattaapkuatainatsunagalaan qanorulu tamatkuati naikajorpauraqqimavittigit tamatkuat havaqpaurartuat. Tavallu taitna Yellowknife-mi. Tavallu taitna qanorulu taitnaqqimagangitsuagut aippani. Tavallu qanoruniartilaaksrangit tamatkuati na. Tavallu taitnatsunagalaani na kiiñaaranik atorpauraqartugut atorpauraqaptaahi taimatamatkuat аллангангинмиутуккуат тавакпаурартуат иколлактуалеқилини таваптаақингмикниктауаққаа на қуяхукпаурартуати на пиллаутаранеқамин таваптаартайна таваптаартаамна исмагилахрау пиартоқ инуит тайна ингмиктигун тайна хавангниангитсут Taakkualu tava kiullakpatigit quyahukkajartunga quyararpak.
North. Member for Nahende.
Nahandemit quyanakoqarti oqarti tabrauna Adam inuoqqimaroq tabra tallimauruartaamna Adam mikatilik tabra taavaniittuaqqimaruartaaq inna tabralu taitna taamna tuvaaqannillu maaniittuaq tabra taitna tapaptaaqtainna inna pilluataruuruq inuorniartuaq tautakkimagiga taparatainna illuatun inuorniaqqimmaruq uqqarti tapaptaaqtainna quyahugartartaavunga aullaarteqamin aullaartuuraqamating nunamingun aullaartuuraqqami tapara quyahugartortavara 17 tunukiulik tabaratainatsunagalaani na oqallaktaaqitsumangali tabaraguoq ikuallaktuanik na ikayuihuktoq ikuallaktualeqilini ikayuihuktoq tabara Fort Liard mun utertiliin minaqaat taamna tabaralutaitna ilitsuqillalgitsoq inna ilihauriniaarnivluting pimmata ilittuhaakami tabra tamatkuningaptauqqa taitna hiniktauqtavara pihuktuaq aippaapak taitna mikiruuraungaarmi qanga ilitsoqikami ili tamatkuninga ilinniarutikramingnik Kulearamata tabrunga tabra tait na tunagalan tabra tait na tait na tunagalani na Paula taro na pilyo takluit no takarani no takarani na ing pilyo takalu inyugo ne kalu inyugo ne kamitsung isuatut inyugo ne agat tabra tait na tabra koyak parlit kay tap ko te inuit tam na tut kone armasung tabra mamanga mamanga inyunek tok huli tabra koyak parlit ka tam na tabra lu tap tuma pangata pekpayak paramiga tabra lu tait nap tok tamat kuat ilangit ilaurangit tamat tabra pigu mangin migat isamagi humigat tabra tamna kaya na tabra tap kuat isamagi mibut na tay malak tuak tamna Pulak to tak tamat kuat kulelana ka kaya parlit kia tamna maunga pulalagin man tabra tau lait kia kina
Julie Thrasher.
Often feeding and helping the vulnerable population. So I just wanted to say thank you to Julie for that work. It's well needed. So thank you. Welcome.
Julie Thrasher maunga pulalagin man kaya parlit kia maunga pular mata inuvik putlek min kaya nak tabra wangap tak tabra wanga kaya parlit kia tabra kaya parak kaya nak kay kamit maunga Julie Thrasher inuvik putlek kaya pins Trinidad wala Damon kaya nak tabra ukot ako ukot kinakaon mi ako atutira lang matigut kaya parlit ka kayaw din matigut kaya lit ka tabra lo sinas ukot matka maunga kating no takatin na ikayurak tat ilagilit ka tam na tutitsa mani kaya nakpak Range Lake min kaya nak tabra ukot una kaya parlit kia kaya nak kay kabit kaya parlit kit ka mga pulak takkat mat ko huli tabra kihut ilihari hukufigi ilihari kufigi kaut ilihimap kalaluta kaya nak kakakti tabra ukot tabra lo tayo na kano kay kayo inyak tuat mat kuningaing miktigun habakak tuat kano tunagalan kano kayo kunayak pigit Herbert South min tam na tabra kinaranik
Two programs
Malong ni kama tap ko ikayuligin niya kot programs niktay hugay tap ko habang nat kot kanok habang matatap kuno na ikollek paragamata kanorleka ikayuhurot kanok ikayonak kanok tamna tutkikaliinyagai tapkot $5,000 dun hippalik ikayonak tamna atonak kanorleka tapkot habang mata tamna tapkununa ikollek paragamata kuyanak tapkot programs nik taihugay tapkot habang nat kanok ikayuinat kanok tayna habang nakkalok aglan kanok tamna manik mikirok ikayunak tamna inuit habaktot tayna habakaktot ingmingnik kanok ikayunak kagelok kuyanak ukotak ukot habak paragamata tamna tapkununa ikollak paragamata kanok tapkot habag kanok habang matatapkot kanok tapkununa ikayonak tamna kanok pinyalichut kuyanak here result kuyanak kiukam nga ukot tinga hunika tapkot tauchimun tauchimiguru tayna kanok isakaniak luit tapkot kanok ikayonak tuat tapkot tapkununa kanok ikollang matanagalunin kanok kanokolaka kapernak kimat kanok inyuhik ikayonak tayna kanotun ikayuinyak pata kanok percentage nik taihugay tam kanotun pinyak ikayuinyak patapkot kuyanak maka tamna ikayuihurok tayna hinik disaster tayna kanok ikayuiro tayna kuat pilsukarmata kanok tamna kanok ikayonak tamna kanok ikayuinyak tayna pilsukarmata nangalunin
Response and will continue to do its best to adapt as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's important, I think, that we as government in the future government really take a look at what happened here in this last few years, because when you look at what happened with the flooding and also with the fires now, the impact it had for Hay River, it impacted the fishing industry. For communities along the waterways, it impacted access to their cargo. It just goes on and on. It basically really impacted businesses, individuals, people's health, everything. So I think it's very important that this government and future governments really take a look at it. But Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, this territory has experienced major disasters, and there appears to be a
Kanoka inurat nudapting nik kanoka tapkot tam na maning nik munakri ukot kanoka kanokle katapkot piyakoktot nagalunin kanoka tam na ikolak paraktot nagalunin ulak paraktot kanokle ka pisukaktot nagalunin nat ninapting nika tam na kanoka kanokle ka ikayo naktutapkot kanoka ukot kanokle ka ikayuinya rugelaktu daglan ila ni hapernaktok kanokle ka glan ikayuinya rugut tapkot uvani tapkot tapkunenika maningnika ikayuinya rugelaktu daglan ak ila ni hapernaktok kiyanak una aperwilang neriga kanok tapkot aulak titak tot kanok ikayornek padit kanok ikayornek padit tapkot aulak titat I'm a vinnit kanok tapkot inuit ikayornek padit evacuation taina okaurt kuyanak maka kiulang nek tokuna ukot ukot kanoka ikayu hurut kanokleka ikayu inya hurut kanok tapkot piyakoktot kanoka ikayu nek luit kanoka tam tapkot tauka aulak titat kanokleka ikayu nek luit tapkot inuit ukot aulak titat kanoka maningnik ikayornek padit kanoka kanornek patapkot inuit aulak titat kuyanak Frimlik kuyanak kanoka tapkot ikayu mata kanoka tapkununa maningnik kanoka pigalok tadaglan mikirok tam na ikayuinyak kuyanak maka ukot kanoka ikayornek alokay taglan pifarnengit kait kanoka kanok ikayormata taina kanoka Kanokka aullartitarmata kanokka ikayornearaloarait agilan piffaarneengit kait maningnik qaiffara qaiq aitsufaarneengit kait tainna qanorleqa ikayornearaloarait qanorleqa ikayornearaloarait agilan piffaarneengit kait qanoq aitsufaarneengit kait ikayonik kait qianaq ukot aullartitat qanoq qanoq aitsufaartitarnearaloarait taapkuat aullartitat qanoq ikayuffaarnearait ingirlorniartunga ingirluffaarniartunga taapkuat ikayornaq qigaloartut taapkuat maningnik taapkuat aullartitat qianaq qanoq
assets as part of the emergency response. There does need to be more clarity on roles and responsibilities, including relationships between the local EMO and the regional EMO and the territorial EMO.
ukot ikayuganik kaita taapkuat aullartitat maningnik aglan ingmingnik kavamalgita taapkuat indigenous government niktaihuugaitukut qanoq taapkuat ikayorpauraqaloartuat qianaq framelik qianaq uqaqti kuat qanoq ikollekpaurarmata qanoq havakpauraqtuat inuit qanorleqa ikayuerpauraqtuat nakuugaluartoqaglaan qanoq tutqikkaarfaq tutkikkaar paarneaqrait qianaq ukut qanoq hikayuiruat qanorleqa maningnik naagaluunnin qanorleqa ikayormata taapkuat piaqqormata naagaluunnin qanoq inuuniarmata qanoqaan aannu aap qanoqa taapkuat ikayuerpaurarmata qanoqa aullartitartuut qanoqa qanorleqa ikayuiniartuat taikoorpauraq taamna Emergency Management Act EMO tabra EMA tabra taina qanoqa ikayuiniartuat qianaq ukut
enterprise mi tabra ikollakpauraqtuaq tuhahimagikki igiluerilugit tamat kualu na Munaaqaniaqaluaq tillugu taamna ikuallaktuaq hapeqraligitsut tavrani ikayuiniaqtuat. Uqaqti. Tavraptauqunat tuhahimarugut taptuminga.
And was action consistent prior?
Tavraptauq taamna ilihimagikput qanut nagalani na hapeqralaqtiq pauraqtuaq taamna inauraq hapeqraq pauraqtut taptuminga. Malongni uki hanahuisuting malongni ikaarningi. Tabralu tapta taitna tunagalan anoqalaq pauraqni taptuma tabra taitnaqlugit halumaqtitarait. Taamna ikuallak pauraqtuam na ataulugit tapkuat ikuallakait. Qayanaq. Techomin. Qayanaq uqaqti. Qayanaq minitaq. Qayak paralit kitkatabur tamat kuninga uqallautillaamatigut ilihimapkal ilitserapkallaamatigut. Tabraptauqtaina tabra nanaluneqikput tavrunga ikuallaktuaq taitna qanitilaanga naluneqiligu tabra taitnaquni taamna iraqtoqtuaqrivilluni ikuallak tavrunga ikuallanagutiviñaqtoq. Tabra tamatkuati na inuviaktuanik taptuma ikuallaktuam tammaipkaqa taamna igiloqaqtuaq tabrani ingmiglu taitna habaqaqtuaq. August 2nd me, August 13 me, tabra taitna tunagalan ilitserika ilihimarugut taitna tunagalan taptumaptaq anoqalaq pauraquni taptuma huamahipkaqa taamna ikuallaktuaq. Tabralu taitna tabra ilitserikkaarput qanutunagalan taamna ikuallanaguti kamiqalamik ikuallanagutiroq. Tabra taitna tunagalan tabra taamna tautuktuaqqimaga ilihimagikput taamna tabra September 5 me tabrungartuagut August 13 tabra ilihimagikput taitna tunagalan ikuallaktuaq tabrani. Tabralu tamatkuati na qaffini ukiuni tamatkuati ikuallaktualaqiruat. Tabralu taitna tunagalan ilitseripkaatigut taitna tunagalan ikuallaktuaq nalugikput tautungikikput aipaangaqanga. Techomin. Uqaqti. Qayanaqpak minitaq. Tabra kuat ilihimagit tamatkuattaq tabra tamatkuat na ikuallak pauraqtuat allat inawallani tuhakkavut.
Enterprise, although the fire
Tabralu tauqtaitna tunagalani na ikuallanagutiman humiliqa ikuallanagutiroq. Taaptumanikkihiani ikuallaktuangitsoq tabrani enterprise me agalan hiakunipiuq hiaktuaq ilihimagikput humullaqa. Tabrani taitna tunagalani na tingmirualungni kunni qamitchiniaqtuanikki na tingmirualuaqaluaqquting tamanna tabralu taitna taamna hiakkimavluni naniliqa iñuuniaqqimavluting tabrani enterprise me inaurami taaptumani tabra humiliqa igilungitilluting tabrani tamat ko tayo na tunagalan tayo na tunagalan tayo na ko ting tamat ko ting mirolit kamit tao dit ting mirolu akalo ako ting tamat kamit ta kani akalo aglan hiya kima ba luting tabar kanok pakralek taga tap tuma tabar kafiwat malrogli ni nukare kin na tuhay magibut tabrani habak tot ikual laktamik ilawrot na ikual laktalakron ni ilawrot malrog nukare tabraw kot kanolo tamat ko din na ili baba tam na min hitaw rock tayo na tamat ko ni nga ilunik ilut ikual laktali tawronik kuyanakpag tabranik ikayu kafe.
Our wildfire fighters are not
Tabragkot na ilahati himangit kibut tamat ko ni nga kanok ikayuti na ikolak tawala kirit na ilihauting ihabut tap ko na kanok ikayu niyak to tamat ko ni nga hianagutin man ikolakit na ingnak humula ka pinagutin man tamat ko ni nga ilihauti urang ilugi tamat kot munak rirot ki kolak to amik kuyanak Cam Lake min kuyanak tabraw na apakir ukot apakiraw tigid lang niya kakanok piyak kolerot na kanolo manin yellow knife mi tabrap tamat ko na tabrap ko na kailan makarologit na mitsakaming makukangit awla ni akpata takpabunga awla titaw hukpata mga yellow knife min tabrap ko nalak toke ma kugalo na kay tabrani kanuheraw di krangin kaba mauroti na ilyakira matigit o kalaw tira matigit kanok awla kanya ni bluet tabralo tamat ko din na ilitsorep kanyak to din na kanok kangek hingit taklo tabertay na kuting tamat ko din na awlak titatin ingmiktigun muna kirakalot kabamatin na ilya kirakakluit o kalaw tirakakluit kakugo tam na tingmirolo kaulakanayak tilag awlakanayak ni blugo tamat ko din na kabamaro pagut ilitsorep kapea kirakalot tamat ko din na piyak kolero tuwilika tamat ko tingmirolo aktot Section 411 tamat ko din na manit muna karawrot piyak kolero nun
GNWT did provide evacuation support, including transportation, accommodation, and food. And so the GNWT will be making a claim.
Tamat ko GNWT din na tamat akilyakrat ing miktiun akilyakrangat. Tamat ko tabrani na manito nga tayo na awla kanyak tot tamani ilitsorep ka rot tamat ko din na Sir John mi tap tuma Inuvialuktun tamanga tamani tayo na tunagalan na Inuit takalib yugo tam na Inuit makitawahatik tamani aulaqaniartuat aulaqaniarnivluit pivluit pikamitigit naagaluuniguaq taverting biolungmik utaqqiraamik piinyiqqoq tumani uvlumi. Taverlutait na tamatkuninga na tavrauva tamatkuninga tingmiroolungnik aisliqtoonik tamatkuninga aulaqtukranik tavertait na tamatkuatit na taverlutait na qano nalupqihulequting inuit na qakugu aulaqaniartilaakramiŋnik naagaluunniin naninivlugu na pimmating taamnating miroolukpin uvaniinniartuorna qaarlugu tamaaniinerinnерman tavaniptaaq taverlutait na tavraptaaq tukkuniaqqaming tavrani grandparentmun aullartitangit naagaluunni tavertikinmata tavrunga grandparentmun inigrainivlugit pikkangit na tukkugrainivlugit namun Edmonton muttauq tallemani uvluni tavrautaqqeemarut namun igiloqaraniartilaakramiŋnik naagaluunni tukkuvikramiŋnik nalurut tavrungalaan tavrelu tamatkuatit na quuq tamatkuninga akiliiraangitpat na apeqsaliqtartuanik iñugnut quyanarpak tavrlutait na quyanarparaliitkiga taamna ilitseqipkaliimmat tahilihimalunga tavrlutait na tunagalaan takileqpauraqtuaq taamna utaqqiruanik iñungnik ilihimalunga taapkuat tingmirualungmunniartilaaksrannik ilihimalunga qanoq ikiniartuanik tavrunga malagukkaama apeqluuttakrangit tavrluut tamatkuninga Red Crossnik oqaarisuaq oqaarikammitigit tamatkuat munaqrirakrarugaluartuat qanoqlu tamatkuninga ilitseqippaap kallakpangaaqquyagerpararniariga ilitseqiyummaunga qanoqin magaapiaq taaptumani uvlungani.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamlik.
Kamlik. Ukwata qanoqa ukwata aulaqtinmata qanoqa ikayorniarpatigit qanoqa ilaanni hamma akiliquulutingmingnik qanoqa maningnik uteqtit niarpat quyanaq ukwata qanoq ukwata ikayorniartuat qoqoarlugit ukwat taina tavra taapkuat ivarlertuat ikayurniartuat qanoqa taapkuat aglangnik tuyorlugit emailnik tai hugait taina qanoqa taapkuat qoqoarlugit taina ukwat ivarlertuat maningnik quyanaq ukwataaq Red Cross miittuat ukwata tainna tavra ikayorniarait qanorliqa ukwata qanoqa ivarlertuat maningnik insurance nik taihugait taapkuat kanok ikayokonat kuyanak makakiyulang niaktok ukot tapkot insurance ikayuhiro tayo na piyakok mataynyut kanok insurance niktay hugay tapka kanok ukot kanok ifaklektot maningnik kanok tapkot insurance company niktay hugay tapkot ikayuhiro ta piyakok mata kuyanak ukot inar tapkot kanok about tarigait tapkot kanok kanolekapiak kungarat kot kanoki kot lakparak mata kanoki kayorniak patit kuyanak ukot manakak tudukot grant niktay hugay tapkot kanok manakak tutaynak ukot pekruinyak apekruinyak tayo kanok kanoleka grants niktay hugay maning nikay chuhurat government kanok apekruinyak tap tamung kot ikolak parak mata kanok lutsol kay for resolution tapkot ikolak parak mata kanok tapkot awlak titat kanok Fort Smith mun nagalunin Yellowknife mun kanok ikayo nakigalwakay tapkot inuita awlak titat kanok aimavingni kanok tapkot ikayo nakigalwakay tapkot kuyanak makawana skillang niaktok $40,000 nipalik tamna ikayo niak linting tamna manik pigaloktot kanok ikayok para kugay ikayo niak linting ikayo niak lugit tapkot awlak titat kanok leka ukot tauka government Canada government ingikroy ganitong kanok ikayo nak ikayo nakigalok tita tapkot government Canada government kanok apekroy galok tong kanok kuyanak Tuniday Willity. $40,000 in Hippolyk Tamna ikayuinya ka kanok tapkot aulakti tatinuita kanok ikayong matitay na kanok ikayuiro tapkot kavamalgita ingming nika tapkot tanngungitshot kanok maning nikudit utektit kaloaktut kanok nakokinyakluyt kanok habang nakigaloaktut kanok kanok pinyakpat kuyanak Tuniday Willity makauna kiulang naktok kanok ikayu niagaloaktut kanok leka kanok leka ikayu niagaloaktut aglan apekanyaktok kanok habak paraloaktut kanok leka ikayu niakluting tapkot aulaktitat nagalunin kolak paraktot mavangit nagalunin kanok inyuhingit pilyukaktot kanin inyuhingit ikayakonek paraloagait aglan hapekanyaktoklyani ingruigaloaktonga kanok ta maning nikatok paramata kanok aglagluit kanok tauduktiluit kanok kanok lekai kayunyagat ikayoneagait kanok ukot fourth resolution mi tapkot ikwalak pagurak mata ay mabimni kanok ukot kanok ikwalak pagurak mata kanok
that we have adequate resources provided so that they can
hanayarluting tayo na kanok ikwalak pagurak mata hama nakokinyaktok inyuhikuyanak tapkot inawart tapkot inyuit inawart humilaka kanok tayo na ikayunyaktot kanok leka tutkikarnyaktuit tapkot kanok uhiyuma tabna ukot habaktot tayo na pinyakluting kanok tapkot nakuro kunawlanganyaktut ukiok nak Ukot habang niaktot kanoka ikayuin niaktot kanorleka ukot fire smart miktai hugay ukot kanoka piniaktot tam na about tayo niakait kanoka nakurokon kuyanak. Una apekrilyang neriga ECC. Kanok habaw takanek padung time na kanok time na ukot ECC Department of ECC at kanok kanok about takanek padung time na kanok taiku time na maka kulang niaktok pigalo tap got time na fire cruise nik tai hugay tap got ikolak para mata ikayur hurot kanok fire cruise nik tai hugay tap got kanok kanok time na kanok time na ikolak matatabra ila ni ikolak tichurut kanok uhiyuma tap got nakuro kun piniaktot na tauniaktot got ukpit nagalunin got kayanak para katanya got kanok inawar ni tabra kang kahur kanok lakatain habang mata got nunak puta kanok sa kanyak lugi tinyu puta kanok healing nik tayo gay kanok hikayo kanak pati tayo na kanak to tinyuit kanok ukat tao ka nakaluti puta miking oktut kanok inyu nervingit nakungit sut kanok ikayo kanak pati tayo na kanok ikayo kanak pati tayo na kuyanak kiunyariga una apekroiga lok toka pinga unik ukat kanok ikayok nak tot kanok leka ukat kanok ukawtiga loariga una tamna inawarami tamna inyu rock tamani ay papak kanok eldernik tay hugati ukat Nagalutit caribou mika tayo gaitukot nagalutit. Nakuro ko na aulak tinyaru galwari put aglan ni hapernyaktok kuyanak 2009 mi tapkot about nyaklu tam na kanok isok nyaklu kanok Inuit tay na kanok tapkot kanok koler nyaklu koler lautar nyaklu tapkot kanok tapkot inuhivut apirsuilang nyaktunga ukot aglan tay na kanutun maning nikatok pata kanuk tapkot aulak titwat kanok tapkot maning nika atok mata kanutut itpa unamaka kiulang niyaktok ukot caribou tutut kanok about tari marung tay na kanok pinyak pat kanok tutkikakarnyak pati tay na kanok ihuma tapkot nakuhinyak tot kanok kanok tapkot maning nikatok para kalok tot aglan ukot
So moving on, oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Frame Lake and the Minister for MACA for answering the questions, and I look forward to an after-action review, and I'm happy to hear that the public's involved. Although I just have a few clarifying questions.
hok tay na Yellowknife mani kanok government kanok nakpat in our tapkot kanok hok aulak titak tot tapkot inuit in our nin tamara tamat ko kanok pinyak pat pivatay na hok ukot NWT tapkot isagutiganik tot tay na tapkot aulak titak Nekluit inuit tam na tabra in our name. Ukot ka ikolak parang matahabak tit firefighters niktay hugay dukot kanok habak para alok tot kanok ukot aulak titatinyuit kanok kanok pati tap got in our our luck to that. Government magkot kanok leka ikayo na actually kanok kanok leka ikayo na alawa ka itaglan apekanyak tokilan tap got yellow knife mintaw ka aulak titat got 15th ni August 15 mi tam na aulak titat kanok kanok hakuta lugi tap got aulak titat inui kanok leka tap got tau ka annerving mi ittot kanok it karib lugi ta habaktot kanok leka 48 hours din hamma tap got igawalak pa mata kanok titkik karnak luit kanok tap got aulak titat munarinek luit taina kalok munarinek luit tap got ikolek power mat yellow knife mi tap got kanok leka ikayornek luit pinak here over time kanok aulak churity nung ni kanok leka kinya kihum pinya aulak tinyakan magit got inyi ta kanok leka kanok ikayornek patigit kanok aulakanek mata kihuma aulak titakanek patigit got here over tap got about the tap got hey river me habaguru taina nakuro akun got tau ka inaret kanok leka kanok leka tap got aulak titaktot kanok inshakanyak luit nagalunin ikayornak luit kanok leka inarenin humilaka government Canada government inda ikayoktot kanok leka ikayoktot ikayuirot apekrok mata ukot apekrok kapta taina government Canada government inda ikayuirot kanok leka here over Portsmouth cattle DC got kanok ikayur state of emergency miktay huat apekanyak man kanok New York here over south ECC. Kanok pulak patap kot tautugiak pat nagalunin huvat kanok kuyanak. Tautugiak lugit tapkot taunagal tavungaluaktot kanok tautugiak lugit kanok havaktot. Ever of me kuyanak. Assessors niktay hugay tap ko di kayoktit kanok habang mata kanok pinyak mata kanok laka pinyak patap ko kihum pinyak padigit tap ko insurance company niktay hugay tap ko ikayoktit kanok ko kanok ikayurot pathfinders niktay hugay tap ko ikayurot kanok enterprise me kanok enterprise ikayonak luit enterprise min ikayonak luit kuyanak. Got magpirat huli hamma magpirat huli itu pathfinders niktay hugay tap got ikayui hurot kanakolaka. Kanok tap got south lake me ikayui nyak pat kanok taina ikayonak patigit taina kuyanak. Got ikayui hurot pathfinders nika bifarnak tap got ikayui hurot bifarnak here south. Pathfinders got isagutim mata kanok kadakonak pata igu paranak pay pagita tap got kanok pathfinders bifaranak pat. Got kinya apernok patam aperronak pa kinya tap kanuna pathfinders mik kuyanak. Got pinyak to flow chart niktay hugay kanok agalag looting tayo na kanok pinyak bat kuyanak.
May 25th, 2023, regarding public-private partnership projects, capital and operating costs and revenues. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question number 66-192 asked by the member for Great Slave on June 1st, 2023, regarding the Government of the Northwest Territories, or GNWT, intervention on Federal Bill C-92. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question Number 67-192, asked by the member for Tunade-Welede on June 1st, 2023, regarding unresolved matters of federal Indian Day schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Colleagues, we'll take a short recess.
Taima lang nertut anu tifar nertut. Taiku.
Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Oh. What's that?
Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 65, Builders Lien Act. Bill 65 received second reading in the Legislative
November tuwing ako maungtap ko at Legislative Assembly manik kadamak parang mata iwan niyoktit o kakaikangat. Tabalo tam na kanok matkot isoatun inyunia kaulugit inyunia kanek tam na habaw takilikat. Tabalo tak tamatkot na Kanduto nagalan at okautigin niya tilakakting ilitso kanyakat. Tabar tam na kanduto nagalanin na ilihimagat na 23 milyo. Tabar tap ko din na okautigin mikangit na ito kanyaklo tam na kanok ang alat siningat ito atun inyo na kanikun. Dechomin.
Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Kuya nako kakti. Tabraw na tam na malakotaliak 74. Tabraw tam na okautigilialigit kat nugupaya ako. Kabamat ukuat kanok ang alaruti karangat isumagiblu tam na tayo nito nagalan tam na okautigilialigit kat kanit hibihuro milyone, naitcho milyone. Aglan dam na malakotaliak 74. March 9 me, isagutik kangat. Develop tap ko na kanok habang tigun, Inuit habang tinayako tingagun tam na tawag hibo nakikilikat tabrani okakaming. Develop tam na kanok ataw chikunit na habaguting nalo aban munit na habang takiliutam na tutkikakana akilikat. 2023 me, 23 me tabar tapkot na tutkikakana lihangit. Tabar tapkot katimaringita. Katimaringita tayo na wakaw tigimik kangat kawamanun tapkot isamalugig kating. Tam malakotaliak 74. Tabar tayo na. Tabar tapkot minihitawram. Wakakti tabar tam na malakotaliak 74 isumaginaktok. Kanakulo tapkot atukunak tilakrang ilitso kanya akilikat tap okakaming nugupayako. Tabrapta ko na. Tam na ptak malakotaliak 75. Tam na malakotaliak 75. Legislative Assembly mi wane hibun ne okaming tam na okakaming kangat. 23 mi tabertamat ko hibun na kablugit na okautigimik kangit na natkingyak lugutam na kanok angalarutik rakting. Tamat ko na tamat ko ni nga yung miktigunit na nunanik na stakeholder nik pirakigait tamat ko na yung miktigun haba nunakakta ding miktiule ang alatsirot nunamingik. Tabraptaok pang mapagtay na tam na hibun niyo kati kangat natkilait kat pang mapag. Kaya nakpag.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Ditcho.
Una Ditcho min. Kaya kakte. Tabraw na malakotaliak 78 okatigil lang nalitiga. March 29 ngok maong kikibalang nakabik March 29. Una isagutik kangat okatigil nagatiligi hangat kanok tamat ko at na alangok to no nagputam na okakahakatak kangat tabrani. Tabraptak talemanikit na nuti chirot Inuit na katimaringiha nuti tangit talimawlutingit na allagi labluting. Tabraptak tamat ko nga iwaklakoting inyong mik ilihimaramik tabratamat ko aloy na ilitso kanya akoting nakidlaka ilihimaronik tamat tuminga allangok to amig nunaptingnik kaya nakpak. Great slave me. Kaya nakpak. Tabraw ko at katimarito ko at tabraw tamat ko at taman na malakotalayak edi isumait kulitik ka wani kat hibun niyo pangmi tamat ko alu tabar tait na kanak tait na tamat ko at kayo urakurat inyong nikit na habang itsuanik tam na tabra August pingahungor maunguna tabertap kodit na isummiorti kangit nagalunin na illiqilaqtuat tamat kuninga hivunikramingnik. Taberlu tamat koti nakiuhaqiruatigun nagalunin tamat kot anneartoolaqiruatigun taber tamannau qarimmikangat kuyanaqpak. Like me. Kuyanaqoqaqti. Taber kot na katimarihi tamat kot huvani hivunniarvik pangmi taber tamat kotit na illiqilaqamikkangit. Tamat koulu taitnak na hervio pallauqlugit iloqating taber no Inuving mun Norman Wells tamat ko taber igila etavunga igila uvluting ilitsoqanya kangit na qanaqulu tamat ko angalanniartilaakrangin taber laptauq taitna taber pangmapak taitna hivunare lugu taamna hivunniorutigillahiligitkaat. Tachomi. Kuyanak oqaqti. Tabrau kot katimarit. Taamna malaqutaleaq 84. Mani Northwest Territories ni. Taber taamna illiqimarutaap tuminga malaqutaleaqramik. 2023 munagalaan taber tamat kodit na illiqihmagait. Taber luptaaq tamat kodit na agalangnik tuyullahivliuting. Tamat koolu ilitsoqip kainiaqallahivliuting tamat kuninga qanuherautikramingnik. Taber luptaaq tamat koding miktigunit na havaaqaqtuat oqari na hivunnikirangat ilitsoqiniarlugu. Taber taamna illiqimiruut taaptuminga. Taber lutaitna tamat kunanga tuhaahimarut qanuherautikranginnikit na hivunniorutiksranginnik naagaluuni tamani ingmiktigun tauqa angalatsiruat nunamingnik. Mani Northwest Territories ni. Taber taamna malaqutaleaq 84 taber taamna hivunikiraqput taber taamna attaramik huli pangmapak hivunarilakput taitna naagaluunin
Board of Committees on review.
Yellowknife North. Hello.
Nation's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. Bill 85 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. On September 20th, 2023, the committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Executive Indigenous Affairs on this bill and completed its clause-by-clause review. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act.
Qanuqa malugutaleuq taamna qanuqa havautiniaqi pasung una kuyanaq teichomin kuyanaq una malugutaleut uqota qanuqa una taamna malugutaleuq niktai hugaitukut qanuqa pinyak pasung taamna engineering and qanuqa liaqtuat qanuqa liaqaniaqtuat qanuq taamna aknik taihugai taaptumuna malugutaleunun qanuqa clause by clause unak ukota qanuq malugutaleut ukota minita quna tainaqnaqut till 93 ukota engineering una ili hakanak kanok pinyak padrum kuyanak Cam Lakeman.
Would like to report on its consideration of Bill 94 miscellaneous.
Bill 94 una malirotaliut kanok acnik hugay 2023 ukot kanok malirotaliut una tutkik karnak lutam na kanok habang mata ukot tam na 2023 tutkik karnak ta kanok malirotaliuk pinyak padrung tayo Young Knife North na kalang nektok. Kuyanak. Bill 85 na mula taliok pilyang nerikpit. Una tayo lang nari Bill 85. March 30th, tayo ko nakat malawang nik. Ukot declaration mik tayo hugay ukot pinya makperamun ilinakat declaration ukot piperanak. Ukot tap kot aranat Pichirot nagalunin tukutitot kanorlaka tam na ikayo naligin niya kay tap ko kanok malarotaliut o yung tap na tap ko nakuro ko na wala nek tot ukot kanok malarotaliunik kanok nako kinyak lugitap kot malarotaliunik pinyak tot nako kinyak lugitabra habak parak tut May 2023 tap kot government makwa aglang na kaita kanok nako kinyak lugitam na malarotaliuk tap missing and murdered children tap kot nakanat pichirot akanat taimak tot akanat tap kot ukot nako kinyak lugit kanok hakutaranak pating tap kot kanok malarotaliunik tutkikaranak lugit taber havakkalok tut Bill 85 government tap kot havakparakanakut kanok kanok kinyak lugit tap kot kanok malarotaliut etnik tabra piligin yakut aglaligin yakut tabra kanok tap kot malarotaliut na luting nako kinyak lugit tap na kanok Ninawari tamani mani nunapting ni NWT mi ukat havang nekota kanoka kota havak paraligin niya kot kanok nako kanyak luwita kanoka havak tot nagalunin malewataliok tot na kanyak luwit ilokating tau avan mun havak paraligin niya kota nako kanyak luwita kanok malewataliut Pilady 5 tam na nako kanyak luwit habak paraligin niya kot kanawala kota ataw heka una kanok malewataliok kanok nako kanyak luwit nok humilyakan nako kanyak luwit kanok mani nunapting ni inyurot mani nako kanyak luwit kanok habang mata nagalunin in mata inyum mata mani nunapting ni Pilady 5 tam na nako kanyak luwit Okota ka IGO una kanoka habaw taranyak parang tam na kanoka aglan nalop kehuktut kanoka kanokonak matatam na habaw taranyak marung tam na Pilady 5 Ukota kanoka malewataliok na alak tuta kanoka malewataliok tam na nako kanyak luwit kanok tabra 8 nika malewataliok nika pinyak luting pihuk kalok tutam na recommendations nik tay hugay kot pirakrat kanoka pinyaligit kay tutkikane ligit kay tay na Ukota ka tabra tanngungitsat kavamangigit kanoka tutkikane ligit kay tap kot kanorlaka kihullaka tabra malewataliunika pinyak tot kota ka kanok kavamat makwa kanok tap kota malewataliut dutakat kanok ko kakdak tot kanok ikayornek luit tap kot tap kunanika malewataliut kunak liligin kanok uhima tap kota ikayornek luit tap dutakat luni nakaluni family court nik tai hugay tap ko ta ditakarit ukakitak dot. Tutuyak tormi kanok tamna ikayuinyak pata Bill 85. Kanok ikayuinyak patamna pivot pinyak parjum kanok. Got nun nuchuki tamna kanok got taigwanik got kuyanak tamna malewataliok pihukkalo nagat. Tamna nakore nagat. Yellowknife North. Committee report -19 to 55, Bill 85, Tamna Nuchukaloria, Tamna Bill 85. Nakora nagat. Bill 85, Tamna Nunarat, Committee a whole. Mun. Cam Lake. Kuyanak. Bill 65, Tamna Nuchukaloria, Tamna Kuyanak. Nakora nagat Bill 65. Cam Lake. We got Nuchukaloria, Tamna Bill 65. Nakora nagat Tamna. Great Slave. Kuyanak. Bill 80 Tamna Kanok Maleo Tab Bill 80 Tamna
The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 80 was deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your standing committee on
Bill 77 Tamna nursery
printed and Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Cam Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the member for Great Slave that committee report
Nursiwita Malarutalia Rangatanguna 59-19. Bill 77 Tamna.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions?
Ikayor Cleed Tapgot Nursiwit. Bill 77 Kuyanak. Ukata. Bill 82 Tamna. Committee Report 50-19 too. Una. Malarutaliit. Tabernakuha na ata. Great Slave. Kuyanak.
Development.
Tapkop tara tait na munakrararot tamat kuninga. Tara tam na malakotaliak tam na ukununga hiwuniok tinun pit kogiga. Aula lahip kogiga. Nalo ilyakik patatap tuminga. Na mutam na hiwuniok ti kovlu itaw chikun. Tara na unaptak nutin nuti chukiga uwang ahin tugulak lunga tap tam naptak tara pit kawal bulu ubunga ubapting nun ubane hibun neok tinun ilokating nakuanyak parong nagaktonik pitcho pinyak mat tara tam na awlakip karniariga. Hibuneo tigip karniariga.
Speaker, your Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment is pleased to provide its report on Bill 74, Forest Act, and commends it to the House. Report on Bill 74, the Forest Act. Executive Summary. The Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Committee was tasked with reviewing Bill 74, the Forest Act.
Tamnap tabrani woni hibuniok tini tamna hibuniok ti kolit kiga ilit kolit kiga tamna malakotaliak. Tabra
Protects forests, communities, and values threatened by wildfire. Committee traveled to 4 communities during its review.
tabralo tamat ko atit na tamat ko nga ingmiktiw na nunaligit about ingmiktiw about kayo kangat anything tabratam na talk tight na hibunyo tili na tam na malakot aliak 74 malakot kulit kiga hibunyo ko tigit kulit kiga tamat ko ngay na malakot aliak tight na tamat ko atit na mani hibunyo tinun sumagit kulit kiga nalo angalat kulit kiga hibunyo ko tigilugo kano kanak tilakang at tamat ko tabralo tamat ko tanong itchota king miktiwan kaba maligit ilaut kulit kitka tapti mo nga develop tait na kanok isummiortigigaluarpatlung kanok itilanga taaptuma kanoklo isummiortigimagan ilitsoritruliitkika ta kihununagalan tait nalo nerutitigun innalo kanoklo tamanna nunakting munarehutilanga taapkuatavalitsorip kallau kuliitkika maani GNWT-ni kanoklo kihunulleka ilitsorip kakuliitkika taapkuat kanok angalarutingin tigun tamat ikuallaktuatigun nagalunin kanok itilanganik maani nunaptingni kanok munarehutilanga ilitsorip kallakuliitkiga ukununga katimaruanin katimarpaktuanin uvani katimave hivunniorvingmingni hivunniorvingan tamatkualu tavara ikuallaktualaqilit na ilitsorip kaquliit ilitsorip kait quliitkika inyungnun kihunullaqait na tamatkuat ilihautit quliitkika tamatkuninga munaqillahit quvluit taamnaptaaq malaqutaleaq pingayuaraq taamna developtaaq taitna katimallalutingitna ilitsorip kainiallaluting katimallaluting qakugullaqa develop taitna kanok angalarutimingnik nunamingnik itnalu taamna develop sisamangatuna malaqutaleani develop tamatkuat taitna nerutitigun itna havaktuat taitnalu itna develop taitna ilitsoriguming humiglaqa qanoqulaqa ilitsoriguming nerutitigun ilitsorip kaillal hiliwi isummatigiliitkitka taitna hivunniorutigitrulitkiga taitna taitnalu tamatkuatitna havaatigun havaguktuatigun tamaani nunaptingni taapkua isummatigitquliitkitka hivunniorutigitrulitkitka huaguoq inuit havallaitqublugit taamnattaaqitsukrangin tamatkua malaqutaleani taapkuaptaaqtava havaktuat ataramik itnalu ilitsorip kailiaatquliitkitka kihutagalanna havaktuartuat naagalunin kanok ilitsorip kaaqavlugit tamatkuat havangitsuat unaptaaquna ilitsorip kaitquliitkitka uminga tallimat malrungnik malaqutaleaq qulia narvalingmiktaortavertaaptuminga malaqutaleani ilitquliitkiga una qanoq munaqitquvlugit munaqriruat illuatun munaqritquvlugit tamatkuninga nerutinik naagaluni nunaptingnik tavalu inyungnun kihunullaqa kiiliutseqip kaquliitkika taitna angalarutinginnik tamatkuat number taamnaahin qulingoqutailaq malaqutaleaniittuaq tavalu taapkuaptaaq taitna allangortuaq nunakput qanoqulu nunakput imarput hunalaqaaki tamaani allangortuaq itna uunnaakkeq vailluni nunakput naagaluuniin qeqingortalequni nalu qeuktilluta Kuyanakpak. Kuyanakpak te chumin. Te chumin. Tabaptak. Nutaka. Tularanga uma frame lake min. Tu tamna ilokating tap ko dit na nut kulit kaya tamna uwapkun nagalun tularanga uma frame lake min. Kaya nakpak. Tabapkot apakyo takakpata apakyo larot nagalun din kanok huingit padrong tight night cake put. Frame lake min. Kaya nakakakti. Tabapta ko din na tap na malako talaka 84. Tabra uwanga nut kiga umapta grade slave min tuglaranga. Kaya nakakakti. Tabra na kanok isumati niyak piyo. Nakuha niyak pa yung ilo ka rin nag-academic pit pa. Tap ko tabra isumati ko tam na. Te chomi. Tapkap tam ko nutilit ka ukot. Tapkot huingit parang tapkot kaya na tam na nutilit kat. Kam like me. Kaya nak. Tapos na. Una nutit kulit kiga, nutchuk kiga, tuglaranga uma great slave min. Tabo kuat ilokaring tait na nakuha niyak parung huwin niyak parung tam na nutit chuk kiga. Ilokaring nakuha niyak parung, huwin niyak parung lo, luchap karota. Come like me. Okakraya nito nga. That show me. Okakti. Tabraw kot ilitsaka falat kulit ka kanok hawak to tiun. Tabraw na frame like min tuglaranga. -19 bracket 2 mic. Tabraw tao kot na tapkot kavahang galaktanik na pitkoranik idyakadali chut. The chumin. Okakte. Uma frame like min tuglaranga uwanga nudi chukiga ona. Tamat ko tabra kanok habak dit naagalonin kanok inuit havaguktuat inuvialuktut maani ilit taamna nuutit qullaliitkiga quyunarpak. Techomin. Quyunaqoqarte. Taapko tamatkuat taitna illuaqaliginñerik puttaamna nuutitaq taaptumaa tugileraanga tamatkuat isamagiplugi havaatigun maani nunaptingni havaatigun naagaloon maani Northwest Territories ni matkualu qanoq tamatkuainingmiktiguttauq angalatsiruat tamat iloqainnik taitna isummatigiplugi taitnarlunga nuutitkigauna huingit parrung nuutitkikput. Techomin. Oqaqti tabrauna taamna tabra nuutitaligitkiga tugileraanga umanga frame lake Northwest Territories ni qanoq angalatsinniq tamatkunuuna havaktuatigun havaguktuatigun havaatigullu havaguktuatigullu. It's yours. Yours. Unaptauqa kiñaranik munaqriruaq na angalatsiringat miñihitangat kiñaratigun 22, 23, 24 133-19 tamatkuat maani Kavamaurut Northwest Territories ni -19 bracket 2 tabarna 1451 taamna tabra taitna malaqutaliaqtauq kihitsitaqartoq tabralu taitna taapkuapi nailitseqipkaañaligitsungaqqanut nagalaan kiiñaranik atoqtilaaptingnik taapkunani ukiuni tabraptauq taamna agalaaniktauq tuyuornialitsunga tamatkuninga ilitseqipkai qaarlunga kiiñaratigun qanoq angalan migaati tabraptauqukuat tallimatukuat malaqutaliat ilitkogaloliitikka 954 namatkuat anniartoqaliqitiun taamna illiaqillagukkaloli illiaqiukkiga 1464 tamatkualut aimavinginnin anip aullartillugi nutaqqat ilahariartartuat tabritaamnaptauq tabrani illiaqnialiitkiga qanoq hivunniuqutigitquvlugu tabraptauq taapkuak maluq uqautigillatquligitkikkaa nahivunniuqutigillugik -19 bracket 2 quyunarpak uqarti Tabaptaokot hivunneerotigitkut qiliittitka tabalu taamna hivunneerotigillarnaliitkia taamna mitsaarvikpak taamna tabra taamna na illiaqitquligitka taaptamia tabaukot tamatkuninga na malaratalianik illiaqitquligitsunga 29 July mi 23 mi tabaukot MLA min agalaktat illitsuqip kallaquligitka July 14, 2023 mi tabalu tamat kwa illiaqilangit uma qauxliuram commissionanik pilariataniktun taamna tabra oqauti faallauligitkia hivunneerutigitkquligitkia qiyanarpak
Colleagues, I wish to table the report of the Integrity Commissioner of the investigation into a complaint made by the Honourable Shane Thompson, MLA, alleging that Ms. Katrina Knockleby, MLA, has breached the Members' Code of Conduct. Tabling the documents. Members, in accordance with Section 266.1 brackets 1 of the Elections and Plebiscites Act, I wish to table the elections NWT 2022-2023 annual. Tabling the documents pursuant to Section 43 of the Ombud Act, I hereby table Speaking Up for Fairness, the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Ombud. Tabling the documents pursuant to Section 43, brackets 3 of the Ombud Act, I hereby table the Northwest Territories Ombud Special Report 1-2023, providing investigation updates. Tabling the documents. Tabling the documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on
Oqaqti September 29 taamna nuutukkaluaria una qanaqa uqata taamna
Thank you, Minister. Notices of motion. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker,
uqata nuutukkaluariniria una 29-23
Speaker is satisfied after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House. The Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as if it has been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 29, 77, and 82. Committee Report 52-19 brackets 2. Minister Statement 264-19 brackets 2. Table Document 681-19 brackets 2. Table Document 973 and 974-19 brackets 2 with member for Inuvialuktun Lake Senator.
Inuvialuktun Lake suna akpiniaktok, akapilang niaktok. Kuyanak.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Committee wishes to consider Bills 29, 77, and 82, and table document 973-19 brackets 2, capital estimates 2024-2025. Merci.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll take a short recess and resume with the first item.
Taimalang niaktut, utifar niaktut anu. Kuyanak.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. committee has agreed to consider Bill 29, Resource Royalty Information Disclosure Statute Amendment Act. We'll ask the sponsoring member to introduce the bill. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to offer opening remarks on Bill 29. I just first want to thank the law clerk who assisted with the research, drafting instructions, and legal advice in preparing the bill. I want to also acknowledge the work of the Department of Justice staff who assisted with the drafting of the bill. And I also want to acknowledge the separation of my role on the committee and as sponsor of the bill. I always declared a conflict of interest if the bill was discussed at committee. Madam Chair, I'm going to take a few minutes to actually go through a number of things, and I realize it's a 3-clause bill, but it's been a while since we've talked about this. So I'd like to talk about why this bill is necessary, what it does not do, the engagement that was undertaken, and to briefly respond to some concerns that I've heard. At the end, of course, I'll be pleased to try to answer any questions raised by committee. Let's start with why this bill is necessary. The current mineral and petroleum management legislation and regulations have been interpreted and applied in a manner that does not allow for the sharing of any royalty information with MLAs or Indigenous governments. The only information available to us and the public is in the public accounts and main estimates where combined resource royalties for mining and petroleum development are found on an annual basis. The Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment initiated a review of the mining fiscal regime in October 2020. It's hard to see how a meaningful and comprehensive review can take place if more royalty information cannot be shared on a confidential basis with MLAs. Sharing information with regular MLAs is at the foundation of how our consensus-style government works. So what kind of royalty information might be helpful to know in reviewing the fiscal regime for mining? The only information on mining royalties held by GNWT is that submitted on an annual royalty return form. It's 3 pages. I've looked it over. There's information there about mineral production for individual mines and the value of that production. Various deductions in the form of allowances and depreciation are recorded and calculated.
Tapko tabra khimilra khamitit ilitsorilginnyakkangit tabra ikayuti khra peaneqot ilingit paqinnammitigit.
Alternatives there may be. All of this can and should be done in a confidential manner.
Taina tabra na heaglugu una iwa pakitakting heaglugu piruhrangit kat ing miktigun tamna ilitsoreagrangat. Tabra tapko tabra tabrani kavamaurot matkodit na heag chichilaichudit na heagrangilamik. Kanoka isumati kahlu naganuni hibunne gote kahlu pirarigat. Tabra una na tamat kote na tabra ay papak naga ukyo na kafini tabra tamna isumati girariga tait na hibunne girariga. Tabra tak tait na tuhragalot ukuat tangungit shorting miktigun kavamaligit.
Recent legislative development protocol and process convention. What Bill 29 actually does. There are 3 small targeted changes.
Malawtali ako 29 tait na itukragalak. Tabalaptak tait na kanok okakaming tamat kuatit na kanoleka okautigirakrangit kat. Tabra na wani hibunni awik pangmi tabra tamna hibunna kanakagat. Kava mauragu tubagut tait na tamna isumatigir tait na isumatigirakragalakput. Tait na lo agalan matkuat habakatiting tau chikun na tamna okakatigi uting hivunniuqutiksraqigaat. Tavarlutamatkuat amelegurat, naagaluunimatkuat minihitauruataitnap taamna malaqutaliaq 29 tavertaitnaittoq taitnaqqimmarukkiagalaktani. Tavraptauq taitna itna tabra allanik itna kiinavaranik pirakraungit kaluaqtut itna tabrani GNWT-ni havaktuat naagaluuni amelegurat itna allatigun itna kiinavaranik aichoqtaqtakraungit kaluaqtut. Tavraptauq NWT maani NWT-ni tabra taitnaittukraungit kaluaqtut. Tavraptauq tamatkuat itna ingmiktigun kavamaqaqtuat tauq taitna havaktuaqumiut. Tabralup taitnaptauq tabra sisamani hanahuiruitini tabra tamatkuat taitna utiqtitsiniartuat taitna tunagalaan hivihuruamik atoqtut. Taitnaptauq tabra tamatkuat amelegurat ingmiktiitna allakun itna allaungitsut ameleguaqinñaquting matkuninga avangitsut. Tabralu taitna tabra tamatkuat itna taitna hunigilaqaaki pihaquming agalaktuaqqaaquting taitna ilitsuqipkaakranik ilitsuqipqaqayaqait. Tavraptauq ilihamarunga ilitsuqimmikkatka tamatkuat itna ingmiktigun kavamaqaqtuat inmiktigun tauq hangalatsiruat tabra ilitsuqimmikkatka taitna qanuqlu tabra July 2023 mi ilitsuqikkatka. Tabra ukuat ilitsuqiniaqapki taitna peqruuttarigaluakkatka utimun itna kiungitkaannga. November 23, 21. Taitna una malaqutaliaq qiniqtuaqapku itna qimilariuaqapku ilitsuqihimakkatka tabra tamatkuat. Tabraluptauq tamatkuat itna allanguortitangit taitna agalaan taitnaittoquli pangmapakuli taitnaittoq taamna allanguortaukraungitsoqitna ingmikkun. Tamatkuat tabra malaqutaliat tabrani malaqutaliuqqimarut tamatkuninga maliktuagakranik. Tabraluptauq taitna itna anittaqummitigit qanuherautikting naagaluuniin uqautsikting tabra taamna itna tamatkunani malaqutaliani na ilaanni piqluqaalallarut tamatkununga ahin allat ilitsuqikpating tabra tamatkuat tabra nakuungitsut taitna ilyumuni na tamatkuat havaqrat havangnartut. Tavraptauq taamna malaqutaliaq. Tavraptauq taitna allathuli kiinavaranik pilaqaquming. Taitnalu tauq tabra ilyumun na anittangarilugu manna qanuherautikting giumunniutikting ingmiktigun pimatqugiga inmingannun iliwit naanittaqagraangitkin ilipkun tamatkualu tabra na uyaarnik habaktit tamarretain na mining snik pirarigait qayanarpak oqarti habaktit habakteqaaniarpit ikajorteqaaniarpit upunga isiutihukpigi isiutitquutika
Right, you're good? Okay.
tamna ikajortiga Frame Lake mum Walker Toby Kruger ikajortiga Bill 29 una uqarillang niarat una Bill 29 ukota malong nika taiwalang niarat ukota
from the NWT and Nunavut Chamber of Mines, the Mining Association of Canada, the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Through the Public Engagement Period Committee also received submissions from the Clecho Government, Sawtooth Secretariat Incorporated, the NWT, Nunavut Chamber of Mines, the Mining Association of Canada, Arctic Canadian Diamond Company, the Explorers and Producers Association of Canada, and Alternatives North. Submissions of the bill were polarized and industry was not supportive. Other stakeholders expressed support with intent to the bill. Members held varying positions. Committee was concerned whether the bill would duplicate information available under the extract.
uqaptaortava inna atauchikuni na pirakraarin kalawaqat atauchikuaruting atauchikuni na taamna isummatiktingnaaga hivunniurutikting atauchikun pirakraarin kalawaqat itna avik tapko tabertamna pirakaragalawat itna itluatun pinyangaradugo. Taberta ko na itna hiyak tangaradugo tamna kanok okauti girakting hiyak tangaradugo tabertamani na Tait na tabra pitkongit kalawak na regali. Tabra tait na tait na alat tau kema apakiruta ka regalawak tut apakiruta regalawak nakot kinak. Tamna tabra uyakaranik habaktuanik na mindsnik pirakigait tamat ko uyakaranik habaktuat tabra tamat tait na una isummatigin na una nagaloni iliha ilitsuiraga kuleagit kupko ukalautingit kupko tabra tamna nakunengit kalawaktok tap ko ilihimarat ka tigumi upke tap ko lutabertait na GNWT kanok lutabertamat ko ay choktaluit tamat ko ng kabamauronin tait na patay na GNWT tabar EST tamat ko at pilakaluit pitkongit kalawak na rit ka tabar tait na kanok tamat ko at na GNWT kanok akilyak takakayait kanito nagalanit na hawang na kaming Canada me tait na tabra ilitsunga kanito nagalanit na tabang hakarukit na hawak tuat ilitsunga niyaklugit ilitsungalat ka Tili marugut tabra tam na TMA pilakiyat tabra tait na kabamaurat na matkop tau Canada me ituat na hawak tuat tamat kuninga tabra tamat tam na adlangarok kihime Quebec mean tait na hawak tuat tabra tait na tamat kuatit na Mani Northwest Territories ni kabamawit chot kanokolo ESTMA tait na atchakakayat tait na tamat kuat hurakakaw tikting tabra tam na taataramik tait na atulay kalawakat tait na luptak tait na tam na pinyakaklugo pingilyablugo kanok habautakanyak takting tabra luptak tait na habautakaklugo tabra tait na tamat ko at habak tuating miktigun habahaligit nagalonin tait na ibaklak tuat uyakawranik mindsnik pilakiyait tabra tamat ko dit na tabra tamat ko pangmapak ukot GNWT ilihimagait kanokilitsaqihimalut tamat kuninga tait nalo ingmiktigun nalup karluitsin na inuit tait na habang niartot pigilariait. Tavrelo tait na tavrani katimarit na hibun niortit tavre tait na tavrelo tavre taortam na malakotaliaqit na nalop qinaqigaluartoq.
In other jurisdictions in Canada. This broadening of the distribution of the information to a much larger group of people also substantially increases the likelihood of a breach of confidentiality requirements. As the number of people who have the information increases, the level of confidentiality applied to the information decreases. The type of disclosure proposed under Bill 29 could pose harm to the commercial side of the mineral resource business for companies that mine or may be considering it in the NWT. Government regularly protects all businesses and industries with confidentiality of their financial information for tax reporting calculations. Bill 29 is unusually intrusive in proposing that detailed, sensitive information be shared more broadly. It begs the question, would government then ask other mining and related businesses to reveal confidential information related to their profitability? Similarly, our personal tax filings are not available to politicians. We see no added value, and the Chamber does not, in the fact that the added risk in sharing business details beyond those whose jobs and skills and responsibilities are to use this data to calculate royalties and other taxes. It's also noted in the statement from the Chamber that there's unclear intentions, but that the bill is jumping the gun on the GNWT's royalty study. The intentions behind Bill 29 are unclear. If it's to allow politicians to propose different royalty systems, we'd suggest that this is not appropriate. Since we understand that GNWT ITI is currently conducting an in-depth royalty review to look into this issue, that process should be completed to help the standing committees, all MLAs, and the public understand the current system before discussing options to others. And I do recognize that things have advanced since the time that this was shared with us. Again, the Chamber likes to point out that they're not aware of any other Canadian jurisdiction that is requiring such an unusual level of sharing of detailed and frankly sensitive business information as this bill would require. And like I said before, the closest might be Quebec, but that only requires a partial reporting of information from the rock quality to the process plant. So in other words, they do not require any information on processing and sales beyond that. I won't go into any further. I think everybody can understand why this does not support the GNWT mandate, or sorry, this Assembly's mandate to promote and secure our mining sector. I don't think that it's any surprise that I would come out and to not support this bill. I definitely was a member of the committee that was not in agreement with it. For me, all this is doing is giving the minister just another option to say, maybe I'll share it with you. It isn't obligating her to do so, so therefore it just seems to be very redundant and not necessary to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little trouble with this bill because I think it's, well, through committee discussion, the department's opposed to it, and it is a discretionary power to the minister, so even if it was in place, absolutely nothing would have changed to my knowledge. The minister's not willing to share that information, and just because she may share it as per the bill, it seems pretty clear that they would not actually share it. So I don't know what it accomplishes. That being said, I guess I just want to, we've spent a lot of time trying to understand royalties. There's essentially one number for royalties in the territory. It's about roughly $20 million in the public accounts. Obviously that fluctuates, I don't know how profitable mines are. And you have to really make a lot of assumptions about that number. First off, you have to know that that is the total amount, then we give the feds half, and then we give half of our half to Indigenous governments. You have to know that it includes Norman Wells. We don't really know how much money we get from Norman Wells, but it is the federal government owns a third of it, so you can go through their reports and generally try to guess how much money we get from Norman Wells oil. There's no other oil, obviously, paying us royalties. And then you can assume really it's 3 diamond mines doing the rest. On occasion, there has been another mine in the territory that has paid royalties, but historically, we know, you can assume something like Snap Lake never paid us any royalties. We don't know how much royalties we got from mines like Con or Giant or Pine Point. We don't have that information. That was federal before devolution. But there is a single line in a federal report that tells you that Giant Mine paid less in royalties than it paid in, its workers paid in income tax. I think about that single line a lot, and I think it would be very helpful that perhaps when one of our diamond mines closed, we publish some of these historical royalty numbers that shows how many carats they mined, how profitable they were, how much they paid. I've asked the minister at times, why did royalties all of a sudden get cut in half? And they can't answer that question publicly. They can't say, well, one of the diamond mines had a bad year. That's business information. How confidential any of this is a bit debatable. If it's a publicly traded company, you can buy a stock and you can go see all this information. It's quite available. Companies in exploration actually really like to share this information on how their mines are doing because they want to raise capital. And then, as has been mentioned, there is estima, so the mines voluntarily report quite a bit of this. The numbers are not quite the same as estima. So I don't know whether, if this passed, the minister would have gave us anything at all in committee in doing our report. Probably not. I like to think that if this existed and perhaps a mine had closed, long since closed, the company stopped to exist, we would then publish some of that historical royalty information because I find it extremely interesting. I know that during our current royalty review, we are adding a lot, or considering adding a lot more exceptions to royalties, whether they invest capital in the Northwest Territories, whether they have a headquarters in the Northwest Territories. I think if you do that, there's kind of an obligation to say, why did this mine pay zero money in royalties? And to be able to somewhat explain confidentially why the royalties went down. You could say, company X moved their headquarters and invested a lot of capital. That's why there's zero royalty dollars coming in on that line item. Right now, none of that information is available on a confidential basis. I think there are occasions where it would be warranted, and the minister might even appreciate, and the company, in fact. I've found a lot of the mines are quite willing to explain their estima and why, perhaps you gave an Indigenous government a bunch of cash one year, and then instead their IBA required jobs, so they didn't get any money the next year. They are actually quite willing to explain how and willing to be transparent. And so I think, I don't ever see a minister abusing this, and I hesitate to see a minister even using it, but I think there are definitely cases where we will hold this historical data for the decades to come, and we will do research on our royalties where it would be helpful to be able to share it on a confidential basis. And, at the end of the day, I will support it because of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Can we proceed to, oh, sorry. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do have some remarks I want to make that I have drafted. I do want to just start by acknowledging the frustration that it has taken a long time, and we are still in the process of completing the Mineral Resource Act regulations. And through that process, without the regulations,
mining regulations niktai hugay tapkot nunabatani habaktot mining kanok tamna nakinyak tok kanok kakiligit kat tamna haba about the tamna Malero teliok tamna nuna matani habak tot malero takrak. Kuat tangungit chuat kabamangit kanok habang na kanok na kinyaklu tamna kanok malero teliok tamna ukotaqa qanuqa una assembly una makwa minitata havangniaqtuat mani uba minitat nagalunin tapkot havaqaqtuat taina emalate taina qanuqa hago qa tautumungniaqtuaguuta ukallu kamamilgit tangungitsuat qanuqa uvaguttauq tautikun katimaluta ukuata havauttarik havauttari kaptigutaamna pipkaarluta tainna havaktuarmau tainna nakuoqqiniarlugu taamna mallerutaliuqqa taaptumuuna mining tabra nunamataani havaktuat qanuqa naaqqiniarlugu qiyanaq ukot qanuqa havaktuat industry miktai hugait kuat havakpauraqmata qanuqa qanuqliqa havangmata tainna qanuq havakpaurauut humiliqa allattauq havakpaurauruq qanuq naaqqiniarlugu taamna legislation miktai hugaat tainna qanuqa nakuoqqiniarlugit havangniartuat havauttarihuugik putaanak naaqqipiarniarlugu qanuqqa allatinvit about havangmata nakuruakun havang haguoq havangniartuata nakuruakun qiyanaq
people are looking to have mineral resource claims on their traditional territories or on their modern treaty landholds. So that is something that we're already doing in the Northwest Territories that is different from elsewhere.
That sort of process of what that will look like, the timing, how long they might need to be able to respond, that has been worked through with the IGC. Disclosure of royalties information should go through that same process. What kinds of information will be beneficial? What kind of information will add meaningfully to the conversation? And what should be protected so that we have a sector that feels like this is still a place to invest and that is respectful of their business decisions. So I know I'm running low on time, Madam Chair. It's taking longer than I expected. I suppose my last comment here is really, I want to just note, I want to thank the member for raising the issue repeatedly. I do think it's important when governments and when government officials hear something enough, it does not go away. It doesn't get lost. It's very difficult, in my view, to walk away from an issue that gets this kind of attention, even if the current bill does not pass. It would be very difficult to pretend that the issue wasn't made deeply clear, deeply abundant, and obviously some members may vote for and some members may vote against, but there's clearly been enough interest in this that I would think any future government would be remiss to not take that under consideration as they develop the final regulations that are yet to come, and that I hope will be coming soon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting the bill because I'm very pro-business, and I know that there has to be processes in place, and I know that the Indigenous government should be part of that process. I have a lot of people who are employed at the mine. We have a large apprenticeship sector in Fort Smith, and I know there has to be more transparency, and hopefully after the next election we will get through some of these other outstanding issues, but I'm very much about making sure that we are open for business, and always have been. I'm happy that our colleague has named some of these things in his bill, but I just want to make sure that you've always known where I stand, and I can't change what I believe in because business has been part of my life, and I know that some of the information, I don't think we're going to share all the information that was given by one of my colleagues that gave the submission, but all we wanted to know is, I guess, just how a lot goes out of the territory. It's concerning sometimes, especially to Indigenous groups, and not shared enough with all people in the territories, and mostly anything that's given, it's usually just, if they're giving donations or anything, it always seems to be to the capital. That's usual. And Peter always reminds me, my husband, that it is the capital. He says, so he's on everybody's side here. But I have to share that with you because we have this little argument every now and then. But I'm very pro-business, and I would not have anybody I wouldn't want everybody to go through my financial stuff. And at some point, it's a big investment. When they come up here to open a mine and the employment that comes with it and the benefits to the community, and we don't get IBAs in Fort Smith just because of where we are, but a lot of our people work there because we have the college, because we have the headquarters of the college. Got to remind that to the Minister of Education. And I just want to make sure that I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to, I respect the member who brought this forward. I won't support this in regards to everything. I am, like Frida or Ms. Marcellos, I am pro-business and I am open for business. You know it as well as we do. Minister said it herself, traditional lands. And then right now, this is for the mines. And once I hope our moratorium is lifted and we're able to start doing our stuff, oil and gas, and providing jobs and that for our people, and getting healthy again, not in a situation where we're at, I think that we need the federal government I guess, to lift that moratorium. It's the only time I could really say this, because the minister said it. We're the holders of the traditional lands as Inuvialuktun, and that land claim was signed in '84, and we have nothing. The whole territory in regards to our jobs, we got no jobs. We're tourism outfitters now. We're resource rich and cash poor because of that federal government. And but at the end of the day, I can't support this, because it's just it's one thing gonna lead into another, and then next thing you know, this is gonna hold up the process if something's able to go, you know, with for offshore. But we're gonna do it right, and I know the member has a passion for this and holding people accountable, and he does his job thoroughly, and I respect him for that. But I won't be supporting this just because it's gonna roll into everything else in regards to it. And like Frida said, you know, no business wants people poking into their books and what they're making in bottom line. But at the end of the day, won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Member for Mafway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have to think about 30 years ago. You know, like prior to 1994, there wasn't too many jobs. Maybe there was a lot of jobs in Delta, but in Klitschko region, we didn't have a lot of jobs until the mining company came. That's where right now we have a lot of our people that are employed, or since the mine opened, we have a lot of our people are working there. They have employed, and currently there's a lot of young people working, and I know there's a lot of young, people that retire, and it really did help a lot of our members, not just from my community, from my regions. It's also helped the Sahtu region. It also helped the South Slave regions and other parts of Canada as well too. You know, so and I don't. So with this bill, I think we're making the mining company to jump through all kinds of hoops just so that they can, so we can get more information from them. I have to think about my people. I have to think about the struggles that we are still going through in my regions, that we need more jobs. Young people need more jobs. Young people are looking for jobs. And a lot of them are going into trades like welding. There's all kinds of trades that the mining company supports. And so because of that, I don't think I am going to, I'm not going to support this bill that's ahead of us. So I have to think about my people. I have to think about the regions. It's not just our regions. There's other regions that rely on the mining companies, especially in this area, you know. So there's 3 mining companies. So with that in mind, I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further general comments? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when I look at this bill, it you know, it doesn't really require or doesn't require the minister to share any information, because it says that the minister may disclose it, and there's no definitive requirement. For me, the economy is very important in the Northwest Territories, even more so now that we, you know, with what we've been going through in this last few years. We need jobs. We need training. You know, we need opportunities for, you know, for NGOs to, you know, to provide support as well to the economy through, you know, maybe upgrading students and that type of thing as well. But, you know, so with this bill, I don't really see it. Like I say, I don't see any teeth in it, and I don't see it really doing anything, and except, you know, it'll sit there in the books. like a lot of the legislation that we actually have, and doesn't really make a difference. We have a process, like the minister said, we do have a process that's in place right now that we're going through, and I'd like to let that kind of roll out on it, and see what comes of it. And the future assembly, the members hopefully will have a say in what happens there, and as well as hopefully, with Indigenous governments as well, because they've got, their participation is paramount in anything we do. So. Yeah, I can't support this bill either, just being, on the side of, economic development at this point in the stages that we're in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South. Are there any further general comments? Seeing none, committee, can we proceed? Oh, sorry. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the bill, I also too won't be supporting the bill. As it is already, we have a regulatory process that we all have to go through when mining industry comes up here. I know for sure in my community, that in Dilo, and the community through Canadian Fort Resolution, we do benefit from the mining industry, from employment to IBAs. Some of these IBAs were just paid out to help put out from this evacuation that just happened, and it's a concern that we're doing that. But at the end of the day, there's got to be a different way to do this. And right now, as it is, I know back in the early days, like my colleague said, that back in 1991, we had high unemployment in our community. We went from 85% in Data Delo to when BHP first got here, and we maximized the benefits of the mining industry, and it created a lot of jobs for us, apprenticeship training, etc. In all the 4 communities and throughout the NWT that maximize the benefits of mining. But now to have mining industry to go through hurdles, and we're just going to chase away mining industry now, and for what reason? I think it's important that we really take a look at this whole thing again. But for today, I can't support this bill. I right now are the mining companies like BHP, Diavik, De Beers, they're all on the downturn now. They're going to look at reclaiming and etc. And we need jobs. The young people need jobs. And by putting more barriers in place by this government, it's just going to chase these guys away, and we don't want to do that. So I think that we should really take a look at this, and for now, Madam Chair, I won't be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Are there any further general comments? Seeing none, does committee wish to proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? No. Can I see a show of hands just to... Because I need a majority. Huh? Sorry. Sorry. All those in favor of going to a clause by clause, raise your hand. Show of hands for me. Opposed to going to clause by clause. Show of hands for me. All right. So committee does not agree to proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill. Does committee agree that it has concluded consideration of Bill 29? Yes. Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of Bill 29. Thank you to the sponsor of the bill and to the witness. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Committee, we will now continue with Bill 77. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 77, the Nursing Professions Act. I will ask the Minister of Health and Services to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to be here today to discuss Bill 77, the Nursing Profession Act. The development of this bill has been the result of significant time and effort by the Department of Health and Social Services and would not have been possible without input and contribution from the Registered Nurses Association of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut. I would like to take this opportunity to thank members of the Standing Committee on Social Development for the time they have taken to ensure this bill received a comprehensive review. I also wish to acknowledge the time and effort members of the public took to develop submissions. Madam Chair, the primary purpose of Bill 77 is to repeal the current Nursing Profession Act and replace it with a new act that will establish a single regulatory framework for all nurses in the Northwest Territories. The bill proposes to repeal the Licensed Practical Nurses Act and transfer authority to regulate licensed practical nurses from the Department of Health and Social Services to the Registered Nurses Association of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut. The new bill will establish new nursing designations, scopes of practice and registers, as well as associated requirements for licensed practical nurses as registered nurse authorized prescribers, registered psychiatric nurses, and registered psychiatric nurse authorized prescribers, registered nurses, and nurse practitioners will all continue to be regulated under this Act. The bill further proposes a modernized process for the review of conduct of members. I would be pleased to answer any questions that members here may have.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber? Sure. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left is Jessica McGuire, the Assistant Director of Policy, Legislation and Intergovernmental Relations. And on my right is Ian Rennie from the Legislative Division of the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 77. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 28, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Health and Social Services in Yellowknife on May 10, 2023. Through public engagement, stakeholder submissions were received from the Registered Nurses Association of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut, the Canadian Nurses Protective Society, and a practicing NWT registered nurse. Committee expressed concern to the department about the need for continual training to ensure culturally safe care. Committee also raised further issues for consideration. Committee was concerned about the complaint process, that nurses should be provided notice of the right to receive a copy of the full complaint made against them, and also the appeal mechanism for respondents ordered to pay costs specifically where the Board of Inquiry dismisses the complaint, and committee provided clarity and language on the topic of insurance and protection. These concerns and a French translation correction were addressed through 6 motions at the clause-by-clause review held on May 31st, 2023. The Minister concurred with all motions. I'd like to thank the public for their time to meet with committee and for committee's work on the review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 77. Does the committee agree that there is no general comments on Bill 77? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 16 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 10. Does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 20. Does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 30. Does committee agree? Clauses 31 to 40. Does committee agree? Clause 41 to 50. Does committee agree? Clauses 51 to 55. Does committee agree? Clause 56. Minister Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to change.
Sorry, Minister, in order to make the motion, you're going to have to return to your seat.
Madam Chair, I'll just wait for the motion to be distributed.
Minister Green.
Thank you. I move that the French version of Bill 77 be amended by striking out par écrit in subclause 56, brackets 1, and substituting en conformité avec les règlements administratifs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Clause 56 is amended. Does committee agree? Thank you. Clause 57 to 60. Does committee agree? Clause 61 to 70. Does committee agree? Clause 71 to 80. Does committee agree? Clause 81 to 90, does committee agree? Clause 91 to 100, does committee agree? Clause 101 to 110, does committee agree? Clause 110 to 121, does committee agree? Clause 121 to 125, does committee agree? Committee to a bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 77, the Nursing Profession Act? Thank you, and thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee has agreed to consider Bill 82, Legal Professions Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Madam Chair, thank you. I am pleased to be here today to present Bill 82, Legal Profession Act. Bill 82 proposes a repeal and replacement of the current Legal Profession Act, which was passed in 1976 and establishes the Law Society of the Northwest Territories as the body which regulates lawyers in the Northwest Territories. The department has worked in collaboration with the Law Society to bring forward these amendments and appreciates the time and effort contributed by Law Society membership, both with their initial review of the existing Act and with reviewing an engagement draft of the bill. This helped to ensure we were able to bring forward a fulsome new Act that will effectively regulate lawyers in the Northwest Territories. In 2018, a revision committee was established by the executive of the Law Society of the Northwest Territories to consult on the recommended changes to the Act, which had not been extensively reviewed since it was first enacted. The Act as currently written is prescriptive, with many issues governed by the Act rather than the rules of the Law Society. Similar legislation in comparable jurisdictions is often less prescriptive, allowing for greater flexibility in the rules and policies of their law societies. The proposed new Act would address contemporary developments in the legal profession in a manner similar to other Canadian jurisdictions. In addition to addressing errors, inconsistencies, and improving the overall clarity of the Act, proposed changes to the Act generally address the following areas: the purpose and administration of the Society, membership and enrollment, the definition of practice of law, discipline, the assurance fund, trust accounts, and custodianship, and other relevant matters. This concludes my opening remarks. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
I would.
You, Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you. To my right, I have Mr. Ian Rennie, Legislative Counsel with the Department of Justice, and on my left is Mr. Brad Patzer, Assistant Deputy Minister, Solicitor General.
I will now turn the floor to the chair of the, I will now turn to the chair of Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 82. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 82, Legal Profession Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice in Yellowknife on May 10th, 2023. Through public engagement, committee received submissions from the Law Society of the Northwest Territories, a private resident, the NWT Métis Nation, and Delaunay-Goutinais Government. Committee was concerned around the topics of access to justice, cultural safety training, public access to legal materials, regulating paralegals, and pro bono legal services. Committee was ultimately satisfied, however, that the submissions provided from stakeholders adequately address these concerns. As such, committee did not forward any motions to amend the bill. Standing Committee held the clause-by-clause review of Bill 82 on May 31st, 2023. I would like to thank the public for their time to meet with committee and for committee's work on the review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 82. Are there any general comments? Seeing none, does committee agree that there are no general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will consider the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 10, does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 20, does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 30, does committee agree? Clauses 31 to 40, does committee agree? Clauses 41 to 50, does committee agree? Clauses 51 to 60, does committee agree? Clauses 61 to 70, does committee agree? Clauses 71 to 77, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 82, the Legal Profession Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Committee has agreed that Bill 82, Legal Profession Act, is now ready for third reading. Does committee agree that this concludes for consideration of Bill 82, Legal Professions Act. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 29, Bill 77, and Bill 82, and I would like to report progress with one motion carried that Bill 29 is concluded and that Bill 82 is ready for third reading, and that Bill 77 is ready for third reading as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Thank you, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife Centre. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, September 28th, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions. Oral question 1548-19-2. Oral question 1578-19-2. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notice of motions for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 64. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 23, Committee Report 52, Committee Report 53, Minister Statements 264, Table Documents 681, 973, and 974, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bills 77 and 82, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, September 28th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.